Yes, if you have any queries about this STTP afternoon session feedback and exam, so you can ask me now itself. So as our session, the first session of this today, we are going to start within a couple of minutes. So requesting everyone to fill the feedback form. Okay, so today also we'll produce a feedback form in the afternoon itself. So any doubts or any clarifications? So if anyone requires any clarification, so you please you can ask about the certificate and all.
Padma madam,
Yes.
madam, screen number of slides is showing.
Yeah, sir.
Okay, okay,
This is
thank
actually the PPT of the coming thing.
you. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Madam. Ah, ah. So please wait, ma. Sir is joining within couple of minutes. So, out of Vishakhapatnam. So, you please introduce yourself. Participants, those who are out of AP, also you can introduce. Pushpavalli.
Madam,
Yes, please. Good morning.
good morning, madam.
Please introduce.
Myself, B. Push. Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Myself, B. Pushpavalli. I am studying BTech final year in Wisdom College in Pingadi, Vishakhapatnam, ma'am.
Okay, nice. Okay. So, other people, those who are not in AU, other participants, faculty or students who are out of AU, Akil Babu.
Madam,
Hello.
madam, I am
Yes.
your student itself, madam. I am completed BTech in Andhra University.
Oh, okay. Now, what you are doing?
Same, madam. I am tech doing, madam.
Okay, you are continuing with the MTech.
Yes, madam.
Okay, very nice. Okay. So, remaining, anyone? Any other? Any other? Manjula? 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 Okay. Aden Ibrahim. Aden Ibrahim, may I know you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yourself, please introduce.
Yes, ma'am. I'm electrical department AU1.
Okay, very good. Which year?
Yeah. Last year, final year.
Oh, okay, okay, nice.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, nice. Anjaneyulu Nayak. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning. Yourself,
Sir,
which?
I'm an electrical engineering, madam, third year.
Oh, very good, very good. Any other from out of AU? Please come forward and introduce yourself so that we can know how many are outside or how many are inside.
Hello, madam. Good morning, madam.
Yes, good morning. Chandu Lakshmi.
Yes, madam. Myself, Dr. Chandramaha Lakshmi, working as a principal of Chaitanya Degree and PG College for Women, madam.
Oh, yeah, okay, very good, ma'am. From which place, ma'am?
Gajuwaka, Vishakhapatnam.
Gajwaka. Okay, very nice, ma'am. Nice to meet you. So please remain.
Welcome, madam.
Yeah, yeah. So how
Hello,
was
good morning.
the sessions, ma'am? Chandu Lakshmi, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, madam. It is very good, madam. Useful to everybody, madam.
Okay, okay. So okay, next Manjula
Yes, ma'am, I'm Dr. C. Manjula from AMC Engineering College.
from.
AMC Engineering College,
Okay,
Bannerghatta Road, Bangalore.
okay, okay. Very nice, very nice. How was the sessions?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, how was the sessions for during this previous 4 days? Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am.
yes, yes. As our resource person, Professor V. Krishnamohan sir is here. Sir, very good morning, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Very
Namaste.
good morning.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
Sir, thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time. So we know how much you're busy you are. So even though you have accepted our request and you are here, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, definitely.
So
I'm ready now.
participants are 60 plus, sir, at present. So almost 117 members are registered, sir. So mostly our students, final year and MTech students, sir, in our college, and also from other colleges also. And very few faculty members are outside of our Vishakhapatnam. So they are from Gajuwaka and welfare, and similarly from Gujarat also one faculty is there, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Anyway, thank you so much, sir. So, respected Krishna Mohan, sir, Registrar, Andhra University, participants, a very good morning. And on behalf of Department of Electrical Engineering, warm welcome to the last day of AICT sponsored STTP Phase 3. I sincerely thank Register Sir for his enormous support in giving lectures in previous programs, and also for providing an eminent speakers like Professor Hemachandra Reddy Garu, Chairman APSI, Professor K. Ramohan Rao Garu, Vice Chairman APSI, Professor Ravi Kumar Garu, IIM Bangalore, and so on. So thank you so much, sir. Sir, in previous two programs, we received a good feedback from the participants, so which gave us a lot of energy to continue with the phase 3 program. And so with that energy, we have invited the many other eminent speakers, like Ravi Kumar sir is also gave one session, sir. So that is on the first day. So that is on identifying self-grip for growth and development. Mr. Ravi Ishwarapu Garu, CEO of our incubation center, sir, he also gave a lecture on power of right attitude. And the other professor, Murali Krishna Garu from JNTU Kakinada, so he gave on hobbies and habits. And similarly, one of the retired professor from JNTU Vijayanagaram, so she is Saraswati madam. So she has given on educational attitude, sir. Apart from this academic institutions, we also invited Brahma Kumari sir, who gave an informative lectures on self-control with the meditation. And similarly, Lalita Bhaskari ma'am and a few other guests gave an inspiring lectures in releasing stress in work and life, and also gave on importance of book reading. So this is the brief thing, sir. And similarly, today is the last day of this session, sir. So we have scheduled with your lecture as well as one more resource person, sir. So after conducting in the afternoon session, after these two sessions, so in the afternoon we will be conducting the exam, sir. So which consists of 30 multiple choice questions. And after that, we'll be taking the oral feedback from the participants. So this is the schedule of this STTP, sir. So if you permit me, sir, so I'll introduce you to our participants, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So now I take a privilege to introduce our resource person, Professor V. Krishnamohan Garu. Dr. V. Krishnamohan is a professor in the Department of Commerce and Management Studies, Andhra University. He is having 30 years of experience in teaching and research. He completed 2 masters in MCOM and MBA, and also PhD from Andhra University. He did faculty development program in marketing at IIM Ahmedabad in the year 1990. Professor Krishnamohan served as a registrar of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Srikakulam, on deputation for 6.5 years. So during his tenure, he developed the university academically with the financial assistance from UGC, Ministry of Empowerment and Social Justice, New Delhi, and also AP government, that too in crores of rupees. He guided 40 PhDs and 5 MPhils and published 54 research papers in various reputed journals and authored 5 books in his discipline. To his credit, he has been honored with the State Best Teacher Award for the year 2011 by AP government for his excellence in teaching and research, and many more awards. and with many more awards he has been honored. Apart from academic and administration, he is also interested in participating extracurricular activities. So he took initiation and served in NCC Air Wing and qualified for C certificate, and also represented All India Vayu Sainik Camp, so which was held at Bangalore, and pre-RDC camp at Visakhapatnam and Hyderabad. At present, sir is holding office as Registrar, Andhra University. So thank you so much, sir, for letting me to introduce you to our participants. So once again, I welcome you, sir, and request you to share your ideas with our participants, which leads them to change their behavior for their better lives. So thank you so much, sir. So uh, please carry on, sir. So I'm just sharing my, a PPT, sir, your PPT, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Padma Garu. It has been so nice to take note of the progress of the FDP 5 days long activity. And I am thankful for being the resource person on the last day. So by this time, all of your participants might have exposed to, different expert lectures. So
Yes.
my job is only, making them to realize how knowing self-worth and self-esteem towards development of overall personality. That is the objective of today's, session. And I deem it pleasure to share some of my thoughts on the subject. And I believe most of the participants, they are from engineering background, so professional students. So the new education policy emphasizes the professional education should focus on not only academics and also the personality development. And the personality development is going to happen in every individual, knowingly or unknowingly. So once you are aware what is personality ideal, how the prospective employers are going to look at the overall personality rather than testing only the domain skill sets. This could be the reason why the new education policy has given emphasis parallelly along with your prescribed course curricula. You have to acquire a set of soft skills apart from life skills. A combination of your domain skills, life skills, and soft skills together viewed by prospective employer before they hire, and in the process of matching your skill sets toward the fag end of selection process known as HR round. The employers, either with the help of experts in psychology or with the help of software testing tools available in the assessment of the personality of an individual in terms of defined attributes like what will be your attitude, whether you are an optimistic, pessimistic, what is your confidence level, you are overconfident and no confidence, or less confident, or moderately you are confident, and what is your leadership ability, how you get along with people in behavior dynamics, how you fit into group dynamics, or what is your prioritization of life goals, life ambitions, and how well you move with your colleagues, what is your networking, what are these are the
Hello, sir.
yeah.
Sir,
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, now
Yeah.
it's okay, sir. Yeah.
Okay. There is some, technical power is off.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Anyhow, these are the attributes which are tested with the help of psychometric analysis. That is how the multinational companies, they invest so much, because right man to the right job is the criteria of HR. Once you are taken, they spend considerable time and resources on you in orienting your knowledge, your skill, your involvement, your engagement on the job towards completion of tasks assigned successfully. At the end, people should have job satisfaction. People without job satisfaction, they not only ruin themselves, they ruin others also in the team. The modern management style is leadership by building teams, assigning tasks for accomplishment of a common objective in any organization. This is the backdrop or the perspective in which, I'm going to take up the session. What is knowing self? What is knowing self-worth? And how do we maintain self-esteem? Right? This is going to be the theme on which I am going to give a brief presentation. I expect a lot of queries from all of you, because it is such a simple topic that everybody is aware, but they do not know how one can systematically do it. That is the reason why I have chosen such a basic topic, that all of you should know how I can know self, how I can decide my worthiness, self-worthiness, so that my self-esteem at any point of time is maintained at the moderate level, at least to begin with. So these three simple words, knowing self, self-esteem, and self-worth, these three words are going to become the foundation for today's lecture. But we first discuss or familiarize with knowing self, the first topic or the concept. When I say knowing self, all of you simply laugh at me that what is that not known to me, right? Then I will ask a simple question. Have you ever questioned yourself that who am I? And you put it on paper. If you know who am I, then you are going to decide more fruitfully the career objective, career ambition, career goal, and matching your interest in the job, so that job is like a play, work is like a play. So first of all, you question yourself, who am I? Then you can see in the slide, to the question, who am I? You can write any number of, propositions based on yourself, on your own analysis. See, who am I mean, some people may write, I am very hardworking, I am honest, I am funny, I am thoughtful, I am caring, gentle, I am kind, I am reliable, I am adventurous, I am quirky, I am open-minded, I am closed-minded, I am liberal. These are all, different attributes a person can think of giving answer to who am I. Each one of you, by the God's grace, have some competency or other which is unique to each individual. That we say in management as core competency. So if you know who am I, what am I, then you can think of where I want to go, how I can go. These are all supplementary questions that one can answer. Next slide, please. See, Aristotle, with whom you are all familiar, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Many times we do not know. We do not know our wisdom level, and if you know yourself, which is the beginning of all that wisdom so that you will not be wasting your resources, particularly time as a resource, in engaging yourself in unnecessary, unproductive areas. So knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom according to Aristotle. Keep in mind. So someone said, to grow yourself, you need to start by knowing yourself. Unless you know what you are about yourself, how can you plan growth? Growth perspective of an individual always depends on knowing in greater detail about the self. It is so easy to evaluate others, their personality, rather than evaluating, assessing your own personality. We are so keen in estimating and understanding others rather than understanding ourselves. See, if you sit undisturbed, which is like a meditation, sit in a corner of a room, in a chair on the floor, think of yourself. Who am I? What am I? Right? Then gradually you will realize all of your inner potentialities. If you concentrate on this simple question, who am I? Definitely you are going to decide. If you know yourself, in which field you are going to be matching, in which profession you are going to succeed, by knowing yourself, you can easily grow. That is where, on a particular work, you are all going to develop willingness to work rather than ability to perform. So ability is acquired, but willingness is all that is important to maintain your motivation level. And motivation is something that actuates, drives your inner strength, potentialities towards accomplishment of your own goals, whether they are career goals or life goals. Both are equally important. So you need to be convinced yourself that in order to grow yourself, you have to start by knowing yourself. If you do not know who you are, it is very difficult to grow. That is the conclusion. So these are all propositions that I am going to give, and all of you think over. This slide I think is shared by the organizers. You try to think deeply. That deeper thinking makes you to realize who you are, right? Knowing others is, of course, wisdom. Knowing the self is enlightenment. See the difference. Knowing others is wisdom. Knowing the self is enlightenment. Enlightenment means is much beyond the wisdom level. See, if you are enlightened personality, sometimes we come across such comments. Such and such a person is an enlightened personality. When do you call a person enlightened? If a person knows what he or she is, what is the worth, what is his confidence level, right? What is his self-esteem? What is his self-actualization goal in the life? So mastering others requires force. Mastering the self needs strength. So mastering others requires force, whereas mastering the self needs strength, inner strength in you. It's not so easy to get convinced of your potentialities if you analyze. But others' potentialities you are going to easily estimate and easily find out. That requires force. Next slide, please. Now, somebody may ask the second important aspect. Once you conduct your self-analysis, then why is it important to know your self-worth, self-worthiness? When you value yourself and have good self-esteem, you feel secure and worthwhile. You have generally positive relationships with others and feel confident about your abilities. So, Your personality is with all that required confidence when you interact with people. Some people feel shy to face others, but people who knows their self-worthiness, after knowing themselves and have good self-esteem, you are going to feel secure and worthwhile. You are going to decide what is my worthiness. That worthiness in you is going to influence your relationship with others and your confidence level and about your abilities. Suppose if a teacher in a class asks you a question, people who come forward to answer, they know their knowledge level, their ability to communicate and convince the entire class. Why not every other person is going to come out with the thought process? Because they know answer, but they do not have the confidence. Knowing answer is one aspect, and communicating with all that confidence level in the class among 60 in the presence of a teacher requires little amount of confidence. So when ability coupled with confidence, or self-worthiness or self-esteem coupled with confidence, you are going to prove your mettle. See, you are also open to learning and feedback. This is very, very important. See, no person is foolproof. No person can ever think that I am fully developed in all spheres and in all abilities and in all personality traits. See, one need to be open to learning, because the day we are born, we start learning until we die. That should be the concern for learning. And people who learn, they believe themselves that I am at the top, I know everything. Whereas the feedback which can help you acquire and master new skill sets. See, you need to take feedback. Suppose the organizers, they were mentioning in the beginning that they have taken feedback on the resource lectures. And why they need to take feedback? All that care, definitely we are going to take at the time of designing program. When it comes to delivery, there may be gaps. What are the expectations of the participants? How far the expectations of the participants by the participation in this FDP for 5 long days fulfilled, met, fully or partially. This is what is to be understood. Therefore, if you take feedback, it can help you to acquire the skill sets that are necessary in further enhancing and improving your self-worthiness. So why is it important to know your self-worth? Unless you know your self-worth by yourself from the others, by taking feedback, you can never acquire new skill sets that are required in the contemporary, ever-challenging environment of the day. If you think that you are very good in every, engineering skills, but how about integrating your engineering skills with modern technologies, ever-growing dimensions of improvements in the field of technology, use of robotics, use of artificial intelligence, machine learning. This is where I think probably you need to acquire and master new skill sets to claim that you are contemporary, you are not redundant, you are going to compete on par with anybody in the ever-growing challenges of the market. That is where I think you need to take constant feedback. If you take periodic feedback, probably you will be lagging behind. Constant feedback only helps people to be open-minded, learn new skill sets. That is how in software industry, people are going to become redundant, outdated in no time if they fail to upgrade their skill sets. That is how they take breaks. And as new technologies are emerging, new software programmings are happening, and you need to learn them and equip yourself so that what industry needs, you are all fully equipped. So that's the lesson. That's going to make all of you worthy to live in the contemporary world. See, when I said self-worth, how do you know what is your self-worth? Unless you know there are three components of self-worth. Now I say the ingredients are competencies in you. Number one, when I say competency, competency is different from the knowledge level. Competency is different from the skill set that you possess. When I say competency, it is more synonymous with your ability in performing a given task. These competency levels are not uniform. These competency levels are going to decide your success rate. That is how the modern organizations, at least at the middle and higher level cadres, when they go for recruitment, they always insist on competency mapping, which is done by psychologists. If you know what is competency mapping, every individual is competent enough in certain areas. They identify them as parameters chosen for competency mapping. Suppose your attitude, how strong is your attitude? If you are given a task, let what may become, what may be the result, I need to see the end of it. What is your level of perseverance? What is your engagement on the job? Are you calculating number of hours or you are result oriented? Right? And how well you are going to mingle with superiors and subordinates. This is how, in competency mapping, your personality is tested 360 degree. That is how, on the same philosophy, there is a performance evaluation done in modern organizations as 360 degree performance appraisal, based on which your compensation package, your recognition in organization, your performance is measured. So when I say competency, it is not the ability. People may have the ability, people may have the skill, but willingness is different. People may not have willingness to perform. See, if competent people are given an opportunity to perform, with all that willingness, people are going to engage in a work to the fullest potential. That is what is to be understood as important. Between ability and willingness, people who are able, people who can perform, need not perform. People who are able, if they are willing to perform, let what may come, however non-conducive atmosphere, they are fully engaged on the job and they are going to get rating as performer. If you are given all facilities, getting a gold medal, and a person who is deprived of everything except interest, getting a gold medal, there is a huge difference. So, people whose competency level is high, willingness level is high, are going to be better performer in the industry and come up in their career, come up in their life, and prove at the end as key, valuable human resource in the organization. They are identified as,
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Hello, sir.
Leadership building that we need to identify and check whether such critical chain, there is a chain. In the chain, there is one critical link which is adding all these links. In any organization, the person who is key individual, he knows how to connect with others, ensure the performance of others along with him is also up to the mark. This is what is called team spirit, leadership, etc. Building can also be done. That competency mapping is done by the prospective employers. The multinational companies, normally they construct competency mapping of individuals in all spheres based on job description, job requirement, and type of organization and the environment in which a person is hired. So do you think all that competence in an individual is going to get you the self-worth? People with higher levels of competence, if they do not possess confidence level, they cannot perform. That is all. I know friends of mine who are gold medalists in law. They are not successful in legal profession. And I know a doctor who is a gold medalist is unsuccessful in profession. Maybe he has chosen employment rather than profession. Similarly, in engineering, graduate in civil engineering and mechanical engineering, the gold medalist need not be a successful professional at the end, because there is always a gap between the competencies that are built in the program and the confidence level. People with required confidence level and competence can only emerge as good performers in the modern times. So when competency is coupled with confidence, that is what you learn during your engineering education should give you practical orientation, so that when you are placed on the job, you are confident enough in performing the job. So I need not tell you how important your confidence level. If your confidence level is high, then work assigned to you is like a play. Because of your confidence level, you are going to get involved in the work, engage yourself on the job. Then the third important dimension is connectedness. What is this connectedness? All of you know how important networking today, engaging yourself, connecting yourself with people, connecting yourself with the contemporary world, connecting yourself with your own customers, connecting yourself with other departments within the organization, connecting yourself not only within your organization, this organization, when you reach to the top, how it is interacting with all stakeholders of the company, namely the investors, government officials, right? And, the stock markets and the consumers, suppliers. You need to maintain connectivity with all these, otherwise your organization cannot excel. You need to connect with the growing technologies. You need to connect with the society in creating and delivering value. How you are going to create value and deliver value as a part and parcel of the organization is also important. If you fail to connect yourself, the product that you produce may become irrelevant in the society. The work that you produce may become irrelevant in the organization. The leadership that you demonstrate may become irrelevant to your followers. So how well you are connecting yourself with the expectations of various stakeholders in the organization, outside the organization, is going to make you successful. And this is what is known as a well-rounded personality. Without connectedness, no one can prove as a well-rounded personality. How well you know to connect with all these stakeholders of a company. And if you are doing a job, connectedness is important. If you have become an employer, like somebody may be planning to become entrepreneurs, it is more required, connectedness, because your connectivity of friends and experts, your teachers, your alma mater, your society, various, financing agencies and manufacturing organizations, connectivity with the markets, connectivity with your suppliers, connectivity with your competitors, all these dimensions are necessary if you want to become successful entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship requires, use of networking of people, which is considered these days, the networking of people can be branded as the net worth of people. It is not the physical asset which is considered as a net worth. It is the networking which is going to help you, which is going to provide information, which is going to render their valuable services at times when you need. Voluntarily when they come, it is because of your relationship maintenance, right? So remember these three important words: competence, confidence, and connectedness. Everybody naturally understands that if you are going to have good self-esteem, you are going to have some confidence and competence in you. See, that self-esteem is going to resonate. That makes a sense. So I'm going to explain what is that self-esteem. What will happen if there is no self-esteem in individual? It is not ego. Don't get confused. Ego and self-esteem are to be discussed separately. People who are very competent, they are so arrogant. People who are confident is good. Overconfidence leads to failure. People with better connectivity, they excel in their profession. People without connectivity, they cannot excel. They invariably fail. Right? Therefore, let us get into the next slide. So, what is that you have learned? Know your worth. Never settle for less than you deserve. Unless you know what is your worth, how will you decide what you deserve? If you know your worthiness, you never settle for less than you deserve. That is where I think always you are at the upper hand when you bargain with an employer for better job and prospects. This is what I have seen in IIM Ahmedabad graduates. Whoever has done PGP, young chaps, they're so brilliant. Companies are in queue, not people are standing in queue for getting jobs. Why? All these IIM Ahmedabad PGPs, they know their worth. They never settle for less than what they deserve. Therefore, companies going to bargain, and companies are at receiving end. Although they are providing jobs, they give not only the present compensation plan. The IIM graduates, the important characteristics that I have observed, they always negotiate what is my career mapping. What will be my career after 2 years, after 5 years, after 10 years, if I continue in the same organization? What is my career growth prospects? Unless they are convinced with the bright prospects of career, they never take, firms which are multinational companies, premium firms, they ignore. They always select those companies where there is a career growth. Growth prospects are bright. They never take large companies, because in large companies, among lakhs of employees, you will be one. Your contribution many times cannot be identified, cannot be separated, cannot be shown, cannot be showcased, cannot be demonstrated. Whereas, if you work in a medium organization, small scale organization, all in one, your contribution is known, you are respected, most respected, your services can be utilized, in which field can be identified, what is your end result. Being an individual, the contribution can be calculated easily. If you join an organization where lakhs of people are working, as a one individual, your contribution is going to be very less. Therefore, always in the recruitment process, as IIM professors guide, never bargain for money. Initial salary, pay, perks, these may look attractive, but how about the future prospects of your career, in fulfillment of your career ambitions, career goals? They have to be kept in mind rather than initial money. If any company says initially we pay higher, and how about next 2 years, next 5 years? That is important. And also, they always look for jobs which are challenging, jobs which are redundant, jobs which are drudgery, jobs which are not offering any challenges. They never select, right? If jobs are challenging, then only they can prove their mettle. Once they prove their mettle, they get recognition, reward. Apart from money, you are recognized, you are rewarded, and that is what is self-esteem, right? That leads to self-actualization. If a person, whatever he wants to become, if he or she becomes, that is equal to realization of self-actualization goal. Therefore, once you know your worthiness, then only you can never settle for less than what you deserve. You always settle in a job, in a career, be it entrepreneurship or employment. Always calculate what is your worthiness, and you never settle for less than what you deserve. Then only happiness is there in your profession, in your work, in your life. Ultimate is how happy you are, what is your job satisfaction level, and are you engaging yourself with all that volunteerness, willingness, and ability remains same, is an important fact to be considered. These words are to be kept in mind in nurturing your career ahead. Know your worth, never settle for less than you deserve. Some young MBAs used to ask me, "Sir, instead of keeping myself idle, why can't I join a position which is lower to my qualification?" I say, once you settle for lower jobs, low-level jobs, you never come out of that. You are going to become routine, and in a routine work, your routine activities, you will be a routine person. There is no distinction. If you want recognition, there should be distinction. How you are going to separate yourself, how you are going to prove your mettle, how you are going to make yourself distinctive from that of others, that deserve your attention. Next, please. See, now the question is, what are the examples of self-worth? If self-worth is going to be a deciding factor, self-worth is the opinion you have about yourself and the value you place on yourself. Is it clear? A simple statement. Self-worth is the opinion you have about yourself and the value you place on yourself. An example of self-worth is your belief that you are a good person who deserves good things, or your belief that you are a bad person who deserves bad things. Is it clear to all of you? Hope I am very clear in giving you an example of self-worth is the opinion that you have about yourself and the value that you place on yourself. Next, please. What does it mean by knowing your worth? Knowing your worth is a very personal thing, and it really has nothing to do with anyone else. It is your internal measure of how you value yourself, regardless of what other people might think of you or say to you. A personal manifesto is a declaration of your beliefs, a powerful set of statements. See, knowing your worth is a very personal thing, I repeat, and it really has nothing to do with anyone else. You decide what is your worth. This is called deciding your worthiness through self-introspection. You must have heard the word self-introspection. A difficult task, but everybody should do that. You put it on a paper, what are your ideas, your beliefs, your values, what is your personality, right? Your opinions. You write in the form of statements. Then you will come to know how similar, how distinctive you are with others. If I give this task to all the participants, maybe there are around 50 participants, 50 opinions are going to provide. So knowing your worth is a very personal thing, and it is really nothing to do with anyone else. It rather can be regarded as an internal measure of how you value yourself. If you do not respect yourself, if you do not value yourself, regardless of what other people might think of you or say to you, you can never decide your self-worthiness. And self-worthiness is known to you because of your self-introspection, self-analysis, self-evaluation of what am I, who am I, where am I, when compared to others, is going to decide your worthiness. Next, please. Yeah. What defines self-worth? Somebody may raise question. Therefore, before they ask question, I'm going to explain that. Self-worth, as I said initially, is the internal sense of being good enough and worthy of love and belonging from others. You need to be liked. You need to be respected. You need to be recognized. You need to be valued. Among your friends, do you think all are equal? You are going to, I don't say this is prejudice, but always we form our basic opinion about each individual. Which individual is fit for what purpose? Which individual is suitable for what activity? Which individual can contribute in what? Suppose you are organizing a picnic program. In the picnic program, people who are good at cooking, people who are good at transportation, people who are good at organizing games, sports, people who are good at singing. You are all going to, organize activity together. Otherwise, the picnic program is not a success and a grand success. So self-worth is the internal sense of being good enough and worthy of love and belonging from others. Self-worth is often confused with self-esteem. Self-esteem is different and self-worth is different, which relies on external factors such as success and achievements to define worth and can often be inconsistent, leading to someone struggling with feeling worthy. Self-esteem normally is what you think of your own set of values, beliefs, and uncompromised personality, and maintain that personality before public. That is self-esteem. And I'm going to explain in greater detail what happens if self-esteem is low, self-esteem is moderate, self-esteem is high. After you complete your thinking on deciding or defining your self-worth. I repeat that self-worth is the internal sense of being good enough and worthy of love and belonging from others. Self-worth is often confused with self-esteem, which relies on external factors such as success and achievements to define worth and can often be inconsistent, leading to someone struggling with feeling worthy. Right? Next slide, please. This is where I'm going to explain the difference between self-esteem and self-worth. What is self-esteem and self-worth? Simply put, self-esteem is what we think, feel, and believe about ourselves. I repeat, self-esteem is what we think, feel, and believe about ourselves. Self-worth is the recognition that you are a valuable human being who is worthy of love, affection, care, concern of others. Clear? Next. Self-esteem refers to person's overall sense of self-value. It is essentially your opinion about yourself. What is self-esteem? Your opinion about yourself. It can encompass a range of factors such as your sense of identity, your self-confidence, feelings of competence, and the feelings of belongingness. What is belongingness? Belongingness is affinity, the love need, affiliation with others, recognition in your own peer group of classmates, friends, relatives. It plays an important role in a variety of areas in life, which is why having low self-esteem can be such a serious problem. Self-esteem is about more than just generally liking yourself. Some people say self-esteem is liking my own personality by me. That is not self-esteem. It is more than just generally liking yourself. It also means believing you deserve love and valuing your own thoughts, feelings, opinions, interests, and goals. Having self-esteem not only impacts how you feel about and treat yourself, it can also play a role in how you allow others to treat you. It can affect your motivation to go after the things you want in life and your ability to develop healthy, supportive relationships. That is where I think all of you need to understand that self-esteem in a person is going to play an important role in making personality traits towards success, building successful career or not. Next slide, please. So what is the impact of low self-esteem? If somebody is suffering from low self-esteem, a lot of research is done by scientists, social scientists, that low self-esteem is linked to a number of mental health problems, including anxiety. People become highly anxious, and if you develop anxiety, what will happen? People who are not good at subject knowledge only feel anxiety when they take their examinations. It may lead to, if you're suffering from low self-esteem, it leads to eating disorders. People who are eating excessively, it is because of low self-esteem. And low self-esteem may also result in emotional distress. What is emotional distress? Always you wanted to share your emotions, feelings with others, and balanced emotion is what is expected from everyone. If you are not emotionally balancing, and people are going to treat you like a mad person, right? Emotional distress is the resultant factor of low self-esteem. And low self-esteem may also lead to panic disorder. What is panicness? Panicness, people fail to accept challenges of life. It may lead to a panic disorder. That panicness is not good. That is how people who cannot cope up with stress and strain, because of the panic situation, they commit suicides or extreme steps they take. I have seen a
Sir? Hello, sir? Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Sir?
anxiety disorder. There may be social anxiety disorder. What is the social anxiety disorder? Some people always think of society. If I go and eat roadside food, what people may think. Now, if I wear this dress, what others are going to think. And their 200% social consciousness is going to make them, a pessimistic personality. they are scared of people. They are unhappy to move with people. And to the extent possible, they wanted to stay indoors. They do not believe in interaction, share feelings. They isolate themselves. These are all behaviors. Because of social anxiety disorder. Suppose you can, converse freely among one or two friends. But if you are asked to give a presentation before 100 people, people may experience stage fear. They may shiver in their shoes. They may produce lot of sweat because they do not have required confidence level. And there is no confidence, it leads to anxiety disorder. So, and impact of low esteem may be substance use and also cause stress. Low self-esteem can make it more difficult to achieve your goals from a healthy, supportive relationships. It can also play a role in the development of certain mental health problems and conditions, including anxiety and depression. Initially, in a small way, when anxiety and depression start, stress and strain is going to make you burn out. As a result, you may feel depressed, feel frustrated, and you detach yourself from your friends and society. That is where I think low self-esteem is going to result. So you need to maintain required self-esteem, maintain worthiness, whatever you have, you feel confident. If not in X job, you will be a matching personality in Y job, Z job, so on. So until you match your skill sets, you can never gain confidence. Without confidence, without ability, without knowledge, without skill set, people cannot maintain this self-esteem. That's what I wanted to tell you. So to the extent possible, low self-esteem should be mitigated, minimized. Next slide, please. What to do if you have low self-esteem? Is there any mechanism that boosts your low self-esteem? Definitely. Here are some tips on how you can build your self-esteem. I say, do something that makes you feel good. This is the full feel-good factor. So whatever makes you feel good, that is how some people, see, when they undergo stress and strain, they walk, they drink, they move around, and they go on vacation to come out of the stress and strain, right? So do something that makes you feel good. Whatever, suppose you are good at painting, involve yourself in painting. This is a stress reliever, right? That is how low self-worth can be addressed. Low self-esteem can be addressed if you involve productively in doing such things that makes you feel good. Stay physically active. Physical exercise is going to improve your mood, and that is how you take early morning, a walk, amidst trees, fresh air you inhale. It is going to revitalize all of your vital organs and energies provided to your body. Therefore, a healthy person thinking is also healthy. So, healthy worker can contribute healthy work environment. So, think about something that you are good at. Keep a gratitude of journal. What is gratitude journal? People always complaining, comparing with, higher level people. Suppose you are eating at home all 3 meals. Although it is not so tasty, what you visualize, eating pizza or KFC chicken or burger, McDonald's, is what all that you wanted. But imagine at least yourself with those people who are deprived of food, a full meal. At least you are having food. If there is an opportunity, let us eat. Your budget, your father's salary may not permit you to spend so much and eating with your friends in a star hotel. But at least you are provided a good food. You make a comparison to people who are not having food. So on similar lines, your behavior can be modified by yourself. Yourself is a excellent doctor in you. You have to think of yourself and make a comparison. Suppose there is a question, who is rich, who is poor? These are all subjective. If I compare my net worth with industrialists who are having hundreds of crores, thousands of crores, I am poor definitely. But if I compare myself with those people who are not having, income to feed their children, their both ends meet every day, I think I am very, very comfortable, right? This is how comparison should be meaningful. You need to write a gratitude journal. You have not achieved gold medal, but you are one among top 10 in the class. Be happy, be contented. That contentment is going to regenerate your self-worth and self-esteem, right? Be happy and make a comparison. You're one among top 10. Score is 75 or 7.89 grade. But whereas others, there are 90% of the class, they are below you. One should be happy. At least you are one among top 10 and you are not one among 90, right? And that much gratitude journal is going to keep you very happy. And, the mood swings of you can be modified, managed towards positive thinking and positive aspects. And challenge a negative thought. Suppose you got any negative thought that I may fail, I may fail, I may fail. Why do you want to, every enterprise created by entrepreneurs, 90% of the fail in less than 3 years, right? But 10% are going to be surviving and 10% are going to be successful. And before you start your venture, if you think that I will be one among top 10, therefore I succeed. I will be one among 90% which are going to fail. Makes all the difference. Think positive. You avoid negative thought so that your self-esteem is not low. If you maintain your thought process always on positive side, think positive, do positive, and that makes your body also healthy. Spend time with people who make you feel good about yourself. Now, this is where I think most of us interact with our friends. If you spend time with some friends, X, Y, Z, you are very, very happy. You are jubilant. You are joyful. You are pleasant. You try to spend more time if possible, right? Whereas after seeing some people, we wanted to avoid them. Why? You are not happy with them. You wanted to detach. Detachment versus affinity. Spend time with those people with whom you are happy and in which you are going to share your feelings and make yourself very pleasant. Friends who can create pleasant environment to you and provide happiness in your mood. You always try to spend time with them. Those positive-minded people, those motivators, those with highest level of morale among your friends. If you spend time with them, definitely your self-worth, which is suffering from low esteem, can be repaired. And volunteer to help others. Suppose you don't have much work. You volunteer to help others. That's how you share. They praise you for the help you rendered. Therefore, you derive immense satisfaction that I'm helping these individuals in a manner in which you can contribute, right? Not necessarily money-wise. Even a word of sympathy is, as a voluntary help, is going to save others. So remember that everyone makes a mistake. And now and then you also make mistakes. I must have done several mistakes in my life. And, making mistake is not a blunder. Right? And never think that everybody is foolproof and nobody is above any mistake. Every person, including Mahatma Gandhi, whom we consider Mahatma, also committed several mistakes. That is what he wrote in his autobiography, right? Remember that everyone makes mistakes, but out of mistakes, how many of us are going to correct our personality, our learning? And every mistake that we committed, the result as a failure is a stepping stone towards success. And every mistake that we do should build, reinforce confidence in our personality. That is what we need to remember, that everybody makes mistakes. I also do mistakes. And out of mistakes, whatever learning I have done is going to be a great contribution in my self-worthiness and self-esteem maintenance. You know, wise people always learn from the mistakes of others so that I cannot avoid that mistakes. That is what I was seen when I was a child. You know, the result of smoking and smoke, how it has caused, cancer. So after seeing that, never in my life I ever touched a cigarette. You know, not to boasting self, but see, the mistake done by others glaringly before eyes when you have seen. That is what, these days social media is propagating against all the social evils, social issues, social causes, so that people are not going to commit the same mistake. Drug addiction, excessive consumption of alcohol, or, so many, social issues, right, which are concerned to every individual in the society. We learn from our own mistakes. We value the learning of the mistakes committed by others. Because before I commit mistake, if I learn from people who have already committed mistakes, I think that it's going to be a preventive measure, precautionary measure, that is going to save my, me committing mistakes, right? So the consequence I'm not going to face if I don't commit such mistake, which I have learned from my own friends and other peer group members. Also, you celebrate your accomplishments, both big and small achievements. See, normally, the mood swing can happen if you celebrate small things. That is how we celebrate Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthday, Valentine's Day. Why all these? Or, something that you achieved. When your child has reported that she is class topper, she should be rewarded. She should be recognized. Right? That is all. If you recognize others, others recognize you. They greet you. You calculate, you celebrate your own accomplishments, whether they are big or smaller, with your own known people, your parents, your friends, your own family members, so that that celebrity, celebration mood is going to keep your moods under control. And if you celebrate small and big achievements of life, that's how you are projecting your worthiness. Your low self-esteem can be addressed successfully. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. What are the signs that you have low self-esteem? Look at this slide, right? These are the symptoms of low self-esteem. If you are persistently asking, am I correct, am I correct, am I correct, probably you are suffering from low self-esteem. If you have no confidence, so these are the signs that you have low self-esteem. Next slide, please. So knowing self is more important than knowing others. Go back to the first slide, right? The same opinion is expressed by Uday Kumar, and knowing self is more important than knowing self. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Before I conclude, a word from very well. Self-esteem plays an important role in your ability to pursue goals, develop healthy relationships, and feel good about who you are. While everyone struggles with their confidence, once in a while, low self-esteem can affect your ability to feel happy and can even make you more susceptible to mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression. If you are experiencing symptoms of poor self-esteem, there are ways that you can get help. Consider taking a doctor or mental health professional. A therapist can help you change the thought patterns and contribute to low self-esteem and boost your confidence and opinion on yourself and your abilities. So changing your view of yourself may take some time and effort, but over time, you can learn to better see and appreciate yourself for who you are on your own, without interference of anyone. You can decide always your worthiness. Next, please. Why you should value yourself? Self-respect and self-esteem play hand in hand with one another. Self-esteem gives you confidence to succeed, and without it, you are simply placing limitations on yourself. You and only you are responsible for your fate. Life is no fun if you spend it hating yourself. This stifles only progress you hope to make. Next. So, people should be positive-minded, learn from your own mistakes. Next. Nurture your spark. If you know what is your spark through self-analysis, deciding self-worthiness. Find your uniqueness. How am I unique when compared to others? What is my core competency? And know how much you matter to others, to the society, to the employer, to everyone. How much you are a matter of concern. That is important. 3 things. Right? Nurture your spark. Find your uniqueness. Know how much you matter. Next, please. You are so much stronger than you know. How many of you believe that you are much stronger than what you know about yourself? There are hidden talents. They are called inherent skill sets. Every individual is not knowing to self what they are really worth. That is how. If you say hard work is working 10 hours a day, I have seen people who are working 15 hours on campus of IIM Ahmedabad. Do you think they are superhuman beings? No. If you train your body, you can also work 15 hours a day out of 24. How much time you spend is going to be a matter of concern. Unless you spend 12 hours, you cannot survive in IIM environment. So all of us got hidden talent, inherent talents, which are not known so completely. So you believe in yourself, you are so much stronger than what you know about yourself. Next, please. You know, Plato, a Chinese proverb, he says, watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. Understood? Who is creator of your destiny? You are all responsible for creation of your own destiny. Understand this saying from Swami Vivekananda. You are creator of your own destiny. Next. Thank you all. Any questions? Welcome. 5 more minutes to go. If Padma is there, she can
Yes, sir.
coordinate discussion.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. So any questions?
Am I on the time?
Yes, sir.
Exactly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. 5 more minutes to go, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. No problem. So you can
Good
interact
morning,
with
sir.
your friends. No problems. So
If I want, I can take 5 more minutes time.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can, sir.
Okay. Let us invite, if not questions,
Good
let them
morning,
share
sir.
their opinion.
Yes, sir. One participant is who wants to clarify our doubt. I think so, sir. Akila.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. I took some beautiful words you have said in this session today regarding self-worth and the self-esteem. Sir, I have this small doubt, like when we if there's some situations occur in our life, so that we might have conflicts with our family or loved ones because of our self-esteem. That is లైక్ ఏమైనా గొడవలు అవి అయినా సరే మన సెల్ఫ్ ఎస్టీమ్ కోసం అని చెప్పి మనం మేబీ వాళ్ళని హర్ట్ చేయొచ్చు, ఫ్యామిలీ ఆర్ లవ్డ్ వన్స్ ని. ఇలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ని ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి సార్?
See, self-esteem of an individual is not a rigid concept, first of all. It is not rigid. As a personality, you need to be little flexible also. See, rigidity versus flexibility. Suppose I tell you, I got so many friends who used to smoke heavily. They used to come to my residence when we were doing combined studies. 2-3 hours after our study, they used to smoke in my presence. My mother used to caution me, some of your friends are smoking. You may also gradually get into the fold of that smoking friends. You may also, become a smoker, is the doubt expressed by my mother many a times. So I tell you, as I said somewhere in my presentation, never I smoke in my lifetime. Although my friends, one of my friend was a chain smoker who died also because of smoking. He got lungs cancer. Among such a heavy chain smoker, I survived throughout my 5 years of combined study with him. But never I touched smoking. Also they ask me now and then, you take cigarette and drink, makes you, pleasant. You can concentrate on our studies. I said, I have self-control. I know what is concentration of study, what is focused learning. And see, my attitude is so strong. Some people, they drink tea, coffee heavily. People who undergo stress and strain, they only drink coffee and tea quite often, right? And that is how we advise, doctors also advise, reduce caffeine to the extent possible. It reduces definitely your tension because of the, impact it, once you consume this caffeine is going to create on your mind, right? But excessive drinking of coffee is also a bad habit. It's not only smoking, drinking. My father used to tell me, any habit within your reach and control, as long as habits are under your control and habits are not controlling you, there is no habit which can be considered as evil. Evil habit is not there. Once habits take control of you, then only all that evil exists. Then any good habit becomes a bad habit once you are habituated. Once you become a slave to a habit, any habit in the world is a bad habit. That is how, even I was sitting with top personalities. This is all social drinking. If I sit, nobody can force you to drink. And I used to order for, fresh lime juice. And I used to take along with them. And outside society may think that I am also sitting along with boozing friends. It does not mean that I am drinking. But to satisfy their psychological need, to enjoy their company, I was sitting with them. That is the flexibility that I need to build. If I say rigid, no, I don't want to participate in a function where all of you are boozing, you will be losing your relationship, right? So similarly, if there is a conflict, one need to, practice how you can convince people, first of all. How you can communicate clearly. Not ego. Self-esteem is different, ego is different, as I explained to you earlier. If it is super ego at which you are operating, if you think that you are right, nobody else is correct, that is wrong approach. Whether they are parents or brothers and sisters, if they advise you, what is happening in the society, what is larger interest of the society, what is family value system, and whether my value system is going to be fit into the family value system or not, right? Where there is a contradiction, where there is a conflict of interest, conflict of opinion, conflict of activities, definitely you have to realign yourself in a more acceptable manner. If you are good, if you are living up to the expectations of people, I don't see any conflict among your social relationships. Still, if everybody else is uncorrect, you are only correct. That is your attitude. Probably something is wrong. This is where I think I'm going to explain to you, if time permits, a small story. A person from a village, left village because of common disturbances in the village. Right from his childhood, he was listening to sages and saints. And one day, he followed a saint who has come from Himalayas. And that saint asked this young boy, why are you coming to me at this age? Why don't you stay back in village and help your father and mother and spend your, childhood in your family? He said, sir, I am unhappy. Always there are communal rights in my village. And the ideology is not good and not congenial. In village, always there are fights over this communality, regionalism, religion, etc. I want peace. And saint was so surprised. At the age of 15, 16, your priority should not be that. Your priorities need to be different. How come at this age you wanted to come to Himalayas and become a disciple of me and follow my footprints? And this, anyhow, he is so persistent. The yogi said, okay, then you come to me. He has taken that boy to Himalayas and, he was there with this Swamiji for 5 long years. And he learned many things from Swamiji. Then on one day, he remembers his village. So immediately went to Swamiji and asked, Swamiji, now I could recollect my childhood days which I enjoyed in my village. Now I got curiosity to know what is happening in village, how is my village. So I'll go there and come back, if you permit. So this sage asked him, if anybody asks what is the message that you are going to take to your village, what will be your answer? Right? The boy answered, the saint, that I am going to propagate a new religion, new ideology of life, which I have learned in this Himalayas, to live peaceful way and a progressive manner. That is going to provide everything that people are going to look at, the happiness at the end. Then Swamiji said, God bless you, go. Then this gentleman came to village. And in the first instance, the whole village was sitting. Those days, there used to be a banyan tree, and under the banyan tree, evening meetings would happen normally. So when the gentleman has reached the village, 100% all villagers, they were sitting at the banyan tree. What this, boy who left this village 5 years ago came back with what message? Everybody is curious. So this gentleman, after initial introduction, what he has done, how he has gained the affection of the saint, and what he learned, he started explaining for an hour or so. Everybody was curious, listening. Then finally at the end he said, I came here with a new proposition. I wanted to propagate a new religion, and we are all, total village is going to practice this. This is what he said. And everybody listened and everybody left. Second day, the religion he propagated, he wanted to continue in the second day. Second day, half of the village is gone. Only half of the village attended. Third day, 1/4. Fifth day, only 20, people attended his meeting. Then he thought, all villagers are brutes. They do not know anything. They have no value system. They have not understood my ideology. Therefore, let me start in my own street. He started campaigning only in his street instead of village about his new religion, new ideology, where you can live happily and progressively and peacefully with this ideology. The street people first day they listened, but nobody participated, nobody practiced. Then he thought all these village, people who are living in the street are brutes. Therefore, let me first explain my own family, right? Then he started explaining the family, whole family, about new religion, new methodology, new ideology, new philosophy, new value systems that are going to be imbibed. Through this family, he wanted to propagate to others. Then in the family, there was a divided opinion. Elder brother, he said, no, I don't want to get into this. I will go to field and perform my work. Similarly, sister, married, she left. I cannot stay here and continue or propagate your religion anymore. Right? I got my own, family affairs to go. Father, mother, like this, everybody left. Then I understood, what is wrong in me? I have been propagating nice things to these villagers, nice things to these streeters, people living in street, nice things to my own family. Nobody accepted my religion. He went to mother and asked mother, help. Mommy, what is my fault? Am I correct or wrong? Then mother so wisely said, who am I to evaluate you? Whether you are right or wrong. Go back to your guru, then seek answer to this question. Then again he went to Himalayas and with all that sorrow face in him, he begged his own guru, am I wrong? What is the mistake I have done? Why people are not listening to the best religion that I wanted to create and make people peaceful, progressive, happy with my way I wanted people to live. Then Swamiji said, no, this is what your impression. Believe me, instead of you teaching others, first you practice. Right? And where the change should begin? The change should begin in you. You practice first. Then you try to advise others. Then this young disciple also thought seriously, let me implement this. He could not continue for a long. Therefore, Swamiji advised, any change should come from within an individual. If the whole society is not following you, you are not, I don't say you are
Sir? Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Hello, sir? Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. It's not audible.
the entire society, you are wrong. It is not the society which is at wrong. Society is always right because it prescribes do's and don'ts. It is in the larger interest, larger people, over the years, ages together, generations together, there are good practices. You cannot change them overnight. Any philosophy, any ideology need to take transformation process. This is how, the saint again went back to Himalayas and started meditating. He wanted to transform himself, right? This is how things happen, right? This is how I wanted to answer, your conflictive personality never be conflicting with others. If you know how you resolve, right? If you read book, I am okay, you're okay. That is my sincere advice to you to overcome such conflicts.
Yes, sir. What
Thank you so much, sir,
is sir?
for your
Eric West.
for
I am
quoting
okay,
your
you're okay,
father's
Eric
advice.
West.
Sir,
Sorry?
thank you so much, sir, for quoting your father's advice and for this beautiful story. I'll take this with me and I'll remind myself every time, sir. Thank you so much for your beautiful insights, sir.
In fact, this is a story given by Swami Vivekananda in his collections.
Okay, sir.
This is a true thing that has happened. You know,
Yes,
it is
sir.
only Swami Vivekananda whose disciple wanted to challenge the existing religion and community practices in his own village. So it was given in his one of his Swami Vivekananda writings, the story, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Read such books.
Thank you,
Read
sir,
such books.
for
I
interacting
said,
with our
you know, if you
participants.
have conflicts, conflicts can be resolved easily. There's a concept called transaction analysis. Yeah, TA under TA. Transaction
Yes, sir.
analysis is the central theme on which a book was written, like I am okay, you're okay is the title of the book. You search on Google, read that I am okay, you're okay. Any negative problem can be, converted into positive aspect. Because the transaction analysis is done. Behavioral modification can be done. Right?
Yes, sir. I will read,
All the
sir.
best.
Thank you, sir.
So, any other
Any other
participants?
question?
Any other questions?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, this is Kusma, sir. Sir, that was a great
I'm
session.
sorry I took
And
so long for answering single question, but that question is very, very important. That is why I have taken so much time.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask you a question, like a general question. Sir, how to handle a situation where our hard work or efforts are not recognized or appreciated? How to handle that situation, sir?
So first of all, very interesting question. You believe that you are putting your hard work, right? I always advise my students, hard work is important, nobody can deny, because hard work is a key to success. Hard work has no substitution. This is how we are told right from childhood to till today. That I also believe strongly in hard work. I am not intelligent, and what I am today is because of my hard work and persistent efforts, right? And positive mind. If hard work is not recognized these days, I am adding, in the place of hard work, you should convert hard work into smart work. There is a difference between hard work and smart work. Unless you convert hard work into smart work, people are not going to recognize. This is a secret. How you are going to impress with your hard work? Always, how you are going to showcase your talent. I know there are excellent orators, speakers, right? Who can speak so well, but they cannot put their speeches logically sequencing. That is how they become, very boring. Right? That is how there are so many teachers who are teaching the same subject. But some teachers, they teach you so well, you are very impressed. What is the difference? The teachers might have read same qualifications, studied the same, but in terms of presentation of ideas and sequencing your ideas in a language in which the target group understand how you are aligning yourself, how you are synchronizing your communication, your modulation, your body language is also important, how effective you are in communication. It is the communication that makes all the difference. You have done hard work, undoubtedly, but how you convert that hard work into a smart work into a presentable work, so that people get impressed. You need to learn by observing others who are presenting in a smart manner their hard work, so that this problem is resolved. If people don't recognize because of jealousy, because of other reasons, probably you have to put rigorous efforts in convincing your work where others are unmatching, If not immediately, in the long run, your hard work is recognized. Put hard work, don't leave it. But hard work conversion into a smart work, presentable, so work which can be showcased to impress upon people whom you are considering or not recognizing. You need to know their language. You need to know their interests. Out of all the work that you have done, what are interesting areas to others? You need to make yourself. That is what is smart work. You need to be smart in presenting your ideas. That is going to solve your question as an answer.
Yes, sir. What you said is true, sir. So, any other questions? Any other doubts also you can clarify? Sir is very interactive.
I
So,
think people started leaving now. From 57 to 37.
sir.
Hmm?
So, I think some people.
You are not controlling like Yeshwar Ravi. How many registered participants are there?
Sir, actually 117, sir. 117
They are
and
not even 16th crossed at any point. Highest I have seen 59.
yes, sir. Yes,
Now
sir.
I think before concluding the session, there
Yes,
are only 37.
sir.
You advise them today is the last day at least.
Yes,
They should be online.
okay, definitely, sir.
What is the purpose of this FDP? FDP purpose is to enhance quality
Yes,
of individual,
yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
In nurturing them, in making themselves usable products are useful to society, useful to employer, useful to parents, useful to university, alma mater, right?
Yes, sir. I'll inform you.
And how that purpose is fulfilled. If people leave and come, I have seen a lot of people leaving and joining. When you issue certificates, make sure you give only to those people, at least to whoever has attended 75% of the sessions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
How long they attended also, I think there will be recorded.
Yes, sir. That is also recorded we have, sir. And moreover, we have
Yes.
link with the YouTube links also we have given, sir. So some of
Okay.
them are with the YouTube link. So they are attending that, sir.
Sure. Okay then.
Sir.
There are no questions. I take the opportunity. Thank all of you for having given this opportunity to speak to your own participants and for patient listening to my presentation of ideas.
Sir, we
in
have
improving their
formal note of
personality by
thanks.
knowing.
Sir, we have formal note of thanks, sir. Please, sir. So really, you're a very good motivational speech you have given to me and to our participants, sir. So during this, in this busy and materialistic world, so definitely everyone will forget in knowing ourselves. So with your lecture ideas, so I hope everyone got benefited. So, and I will definitely inculcate your ideas and thoughts in building myself still more in good career, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving such a valuable speech. So now I request Vamsi for a formal vote of thanks. So Vamsi, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. I would like to express my gratitude to our resource person, Professor V. Krishnamohan Garu, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event, for giving an excellent coverage on knowing self, know your worth, and challenge a negative thought like that. He has expressed many views today, and we all inspired by your great words, sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you for answering questions, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Sir, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, participants, so now it's time 11:20. So I request everyone to take a 15 minutes break. So you please join by 11:35. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please don't leave the meet. So next session will be starting within 15 minutes. By 15 minutes, we'll be starting next session. So please don't leave. Vamsi. Hello? Vamsi. Hello, Vamsi. Hello. So just few minutes, ma. So sir is joining. So please few minutes.
Good morning, sir.
Sorry, good morning. I didn't realize my mic was off.
Very good morning, sir. This is Dr. Padma, sir.
Morning, Dr. Padma.
Sir, on behalf of Department of Electrical Engineering, I invite for the last session. So this is the last session, sir, actually. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our request. So shall we start, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sir. Vamsi, are you there? Vamsi,
Yes, madam. Yes,
so
madam.
please introduce, sir, to our participants.
Yes, madam. Good morning, sir. Let me introduce you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you.
Srinivas Savaram, Head IT Consultant at Indigenous, is an IT professional with over 21 years of software engineering experiences. Srinivas holds a bachelor degree in chemical engineering from Andhra University, a master's degree in computer science, and a graduate certificate in software engineering from GMU. Srinivas is also a director at UNU Konisar and head of Purple Digital, a digital marketing firm in Visakhapatnam. Prior to this, Srinivas worked in a few technology companies and an HR consultant company in Vizag. He held various leadership positions in the chapters of Rotary Club, Toastmasters Club, Vishaka Orators, and India Literacy Project. His interests include reading, learning, mentoring, and community development. I once again welcome you to 1 week STTP program, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I this is the last session, and it's the session before lunch, so hopefully you will not be very hungry, and we will see if I can. I will see if I can make this interesting for you. And more importantly, every session that I or my friends and colleagues in our company, whenever we talk to people, one of the things that we do when we are doing any kind of interactive sessions is to make sure that we are adding value to you. That is one important goal that we have whenever we take a session. And that's something that I hope you will take away from this session. Before we get started, is this the total number of participants, or are there some more people who will join? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes, this is the total number of participants. So I am going to ask you all to take a few minutes and fill out a form for me while this is an evaluation. Well, it's not so much an evaluation as it's a survey to find out a little bit more about you and to see if I can address some of the things in my talk. While you do that, I will start my presentation so that we will not waste any time doing that. So please click on the link in the chat box and complete that survey. Please note, it is not an exam and you're not going to get marks for it. It is just to give an idea to yourself and to me. What is it that, how better can I help you in this session? All right. So what I'd like all of you to do is, if you can let me know in the chat box whenever you're done with the form. Once I hear from at least 3 or 4 of you, I can get started with the session. I have done this earlier by sending the survey out before the session, but since the response was not as good as when I do it during the session, I'm going to ask you to fill it out now. It's very simple. Should give you an idea, or should give me an idea of who you are, what you're studying, and what your dreams are. Just to make sure that you are doing that, let me check. For those of you who joined late, this is a form that I've requested everybody who is participating today to fill out. It's a survey. Please take that. Great. So I've got entries. I can see Pujiti and Kusuma and Yamini already fill things out, but I don't see anything in the chat box telling me that you've completed that. And Pujita also. Good. Yes, Kusuma, I did notice that. Thank you for sharing your views. Pujita Gorle, I am going to answer that question I'll try to answer it in the middle of the session, but I will definitely want to devote some time towards the end of the session. If I do not, please remind me, because that's a very important question that you had posed in the comments, and I feel that that's going to be useful to not only you, but a lot of others. But definitely I want to make sure that you leave the session to...
Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, and so feel free to unmute and let me know if you have a question, and definitely please remind me at the end if I don't cover it. All right. So Akila, does that You mean as in stepping out of the house, or do you mean as in going out with to meet new people? If you want, you can put it in the chat box if you don't want to talk, but if you talk, that would be even better.
Yes, sir. I shared the this form link in the WhatsApp group also, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, actually, here only 30 members are there, sir. 35 almost, and there is
Yes.
YouTube, sir.
Oh, okay. That's
So we have given the
yeah. If you can post it in the chat box in the YouTube channel, that would be nice. But okay, I've got at least 5 responses that to make sure that people who are interested in listening are indeed listening. So I'm going to get started. As I thank you for your support, Dr. Padma. Without that, I don't know how I would manage these sessions. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to do is I would like to talk a little bit about creative living and how do you explore that by overcoming your fears, beyond fears. While the first and foremost thing that I'd like to present is, like everybody, when a speaker is introduced, they say all kinds of nice things about the speaker. But I hope all of you understand that does not mean that, well, let me talk about myself. I am definitely not somebody who's perfect. I have my fears, I have my inhibitions, I have things that I have been able to overcome and the things that I'm still trying to overcome. So I am talking to you today as somebody who has experienced a few things in life, and based on that experience, I feel that I'm able to share some of those lessons that I've learned from those experiences. But it doesn't mean that there are no other lessons to be learned. I'm learning new lessons every single day, including what I'm not so good at and what I'm good at while going through some difficult times. So keeping that in mind, so that uh, typically people are told, audience is told that this person is an expert at this and this person is an expert at that. I want to first make sure that you have no such uh, illusions that I am an expert in anything. I am not. However, I can share some of the experiences that I have based on many years, including years that I've spent outside the country, which I believe has given me a perspective which is different from what people, from other people. Let me just leave it at that. So, to a large extent, I want to cover the first part about creative living, but we will also cover fears and a little bit about how to overcome them. So, what is creative living? There are many ways that you can describe creative living. For those of you who are joining in from a phone or who do not have a large screen, I am going to read it out. Otherwise, I'd prefer not to read what's on the screen when I'm doing presentations. What is creative living? According to Elizabeth Gilbert, a creative life is amplified life. It is a bigger life, a happier life, and an expanded life, and a lot more interesting life. And who is this Elizabeth Gilbert? Elizabeth Gilbert is the lady who wrote Eat, Pray, Love. And that book has been made into a movie. Some of you might have seen the movie. So if you like the book or the movie, you can understand that this is somebody who has accomplished some things in life related to creativity. And this is what she's sharing with us. So that's one way of looking at it. What I'd like to do is today I want to cover creative living. I want to cover fear. After that, we'll look at how do you strengthen your creativity. And then we'll have a question and answer session to conclude today's session, which is the last one before you do the evaluations, I guess. So, why do we want creative living? We want creative living because we want things which are better. And what things are better than better health, better happiness, better fulfillment, and better inner peace? You can have a shiny new car, you can have a brand new house, you can have a huge building, you can have acres and acres of land, you can have big boats, you can have palaces, mansions, you can have lots of gold and diamonds and jewelry, but none of those are going to, all of those are going to keep us happy temporarily. Some of you might be thinking, well, that's easy for you to say because, well, I know that money is going to make me happy. Well, actually, you will realize very quickly that it doesn't. It's necessary for you to live a healthy, happy, fulfilled life, especially in many parts of the world. But it is not the end all, because whenever you buy a new car or a new vehicle or a new house or anything new, a new school bag, when you do anything, when you acquire anything new, a materialistic thing, what happens? By the way, I'm not trying to be Swami Srinivasananda and preach to you. I'm just sharing some thoughts. So don't worry, this is not a sermon. But when you look at material things, when I buy a car, when I buy a pencil, when I buy a phone, I am very happy for the moment that I buy the phone, the moment that I buy a shirt, the moment that somebody buys a sari or a chudidar or pants, shirts, shoes, whatever. But after 1, 2 days, maybe a week of using it, that fades away. However, what is it that actually stays with us? Do any of you have an idea what is something that actually stays with us a lot longer and gives us a lot more happiness and fulfillment? Let me see if I can hear some of your thoughts on that in the chat. What is it that it has been found through research that there are certain things that are going to keep us happy and healthy? Well, maybe healthy, but when you're happy, you're healthy and you're fulfilled. When you have these, what are those? By the way, I'm not looking for huge philosophical answers or spiritual answers. I'm just looking for simple things. Whatever you can share. Anybody willing to share their thoughts on what they think? Nobody wants to share, especially the ones who had written. I have actually the one that I want to kind of push to do this would be Akila
Yes, sir.
and Maunika.
Sir, can you please repeat the question? I actually missed it. I'm waiting for you to repeat the question so that I can
Oh,
answer.
yeah. So I am asking you. I've said a few minutes back that when we buy materialistic things like a pen or a phone or a sari or a chudidar or a shirt or a car or a house, we are happy momentarily, but that happiness dissipates, happiness disappears. It goes away very quickly. What is it that keeps you happier longer?
Sir, actually, I'm a reader. I read a lot of books. So I feel
Oh,
happy when I read and when I learn something from book. For
very
example,
nice.
right now I'm reading the autobiography of Yogi. So those
Ah,
insights were really deeper. And whenever I pick that book, it keeps me happy throughout the day. So this is
oh,
something
okay.
which makes me happy, sir.
My wife would have been elated to hear you, Akila, because she's a big devotee and follower of Yogananda. So anytime she finds somebody who says, I'm interested in this, she gives them that book. So uh, that's nice. So, okay, you've given me reading a book. Thank you so much, Akila. If I can share something with you now that you've spoken out, I there are two things that I think you need to concentrate on to overcome that idea of going out. One of those things happens to be that I think it is more of starting trouble rather than really a fear of uh, meeting people or going out and talking and so on. And the way to get started would be to say, I'm going to take one step outside the house, outside the hostel room, outside my room, and then I'll take the next step, and I'll take the next step, and so on. And I'm going to try. I'm going to meet one person today, one person that I see in the college, see around me, see in the hostel, see in my neighborhood, and I'm going to talk to that one person just to say hello. I'm not going to say anything more. I'll just say hi, and maybe then if they respond, then I'm going to say one more thing. So one is the starting trouble. The second thing that I mean, you seem to have, obviously you're a reader, so your language, vocabulary, your I mean, for me, you appeared very confident. So anything that you are lacking in terms of confidence, if you step out, that is probably because um, you are being too critical of yourself. I think you're putting too much pressure on yourself. You need to relax a little bit more. Okay, so Akila was great and she answered. Yamini, I'll come to you in just a minute, but I brought up uh, Monica. Uh, was it Monica that I said? Yes, Monica. So Monica B, can you
Yes, sir.
answer the question? Can you answer the question? What is it that makes you happier than, let's say, buying a new object, new thing?
Yes, sir. I used to do sketching, sir, drawing, or like painting. When I
Uh,
did good, I will definitely feel happy throughout the day. And I show it to my parents, my family members, my relatives, my friends. It makes me more happy and it gives some energy to me.
Very good. So, but you answered in the past tense saying, I used to sketch. Why are you not doing that now?
Now I'm a little bit busy, sir, due to
No, Monica. So, thank you. I waited. I knew that that was the answer that you and many other people will give. I would like to add something over here, and that's also for somebody who said procrastination is my um, challenge that I need to overcome, and I'm making lists of to do lists, and so on. A lot of us say that we don't have time. I, I want to throw a question back at you, and I want you to think about it. I don't want you to answer it right now. You do not need to answer it right now. But if you have a pen and paper with you, or maybe your mobile phone if you don't like to take notes on your notebook and paper and pen, maybe your mobile phone, but ask yourself this question. If you don't spend time with yourself, who will? If you don't spend time for yourself, who will? Who will spend time with you if you don't spend time with yourself and for yourself? If you keep that in mind, write that question down, right? And what I'd like to ask you is the follow-up question, which you can write or you can think of it on your own. Okay, if something is used to make me happy, I used to play and it used to make me happy. I used to sketch, it used to make me happy. I used to draw, it used to make me happy. I used to go out and do something, it used to make me happy. Right? If something is making you happy or used to make you happy, by doing that, why are you stopping that in the name of not having time? Isn't that counterintuitive? Isn't that illogical? There's something that you know that makes you happy, but you don't want to do that because I'm busy. I mean, how can you be busy from yourself with when you need to be happy? After all, isn't your goal? So Yamini said, "Hey, when I achieve my goal, then I'm going to be very happy." So Yamini, what are those goals? One or many?
Sir, it's my goal is to serve my country, sir. It's my childhood dreams, sir.
Serve your country,
When
how,
it's
Yamini?
sir,
How do you want to serve your country?
sir, be a part of an Indian Armed Forces.
Ah, okay. And I don't want to go back and check your details, but so when are you going to join the armed forces?
Sir, actually, my field is electrical engineer.
Okay.
So I want to serve in armed forces as a technician, sir. So
Ah,
I'm
okay. Good. So when you join the army and you become a part of the engineering services,
yes, sir.
you are going to be very happy. Good. Okay. Very good. Okay. So for everybody else, I want to quickly point out. Akila said she likes to read and reading makes her happy. Monica said she likes to sketch and sketching used to make her happy. I don't know why she's making herself unhappy by not sketching anymore. But Yamini says, hey, when I join the army, I'm going to be happy. When I serve my country, that way I'm going to be happy. So there are basically three people who've said these are the things that make me happy. What is that overall, if I generalize these three things that they mentioned, what is the overall idea that's giving them this happiness? What is that one word which covers all of these things and you can say this is what is making them happy? Any idea? Oh, Kusuma, so satisfaction of work. Okay. So, Kusuma, one of the things that I really like about all of you happens to be that one, not only did you respond very fast to the form, but you're being very brave and you're showing your confidence in sharing your thoughts in the chat box. And when I'm asking you, you're answering by unmuting yourself. I am very happy for all of you because that is what is going to help you do better than others. That is what is going to help you improve. You need to be able to step out and say what you're thinking and let people respond to those things so that you can either say, okay, that's a good way of thinking, or I can improve that way of thinking, or I can do this. So it's definitely something that I really appreciate and I want to commend all of you, Kusuma, Akila, Yamini, and of course Monica, who answered my question, Pujita too. So Kusuma, what work is it that is giving you the satisfaction?
Like, if we enjoy the work we do, that gives us the satisfaction.
Kusuma, don't give me generalities, Kusuma. Tell me what work you did, let's say yesterday, last week, today, that made you feel satisfied and therefore made you feel happy. Something that you can share and something that you can say, I did this and it made me happy.
Like, if I planned my day and I fulfill it, it gives me a satisfaction.
Very good. Okay. Very good. So now we have reading, sketching, achieving a goal, completing work according to the schedule or according to plan. If you generalize all of these, what is one word that describes all of these? Do any of you want a hint? By the way, I'm going slowly and I'm asking you questions because one of the things that I feel will add value is when I make you think. I can spoon feed you. I can give you a lot of things on my own and say I finished some session, but it's not going to give you the satisfaction that you'll get if you come up with your own thoughts and you're able to use your head to come up with better and better things. So that's why I'm asking you the questions. So are you all thinking or do you want a hint? If you're on mute, I can't tell whether you want a hint or not. So
Give a hint, sir.
it starts with the letter E. Reading is
Enjoyment.
no. Enjoyment is also an E. Sketching is an E. What else do we hear? Satisfaction of completion of work, completion of reaching a goal is an E. Fill in the blank. Okay. The next letter is X, EX. You know, excitement is reading may or may not make you excited, right? I mean, reaching your goal and joining the army is exciting. I understand that. But sketching may not be exciting. It might be calming. It might be make you happy, but it not necessarily be exciting. So yeah, yes, very good, Yamini. Experiences. So thank you so much. It took 5 minutes to get this out of you, but I finally got that. What can make us happy are experiences. They have found through research of thousands or tens of thousands of subjects and people and over many studies, different places, different parts of the world, that what makes people happy are experiences. Now let's think about what that experience is. Akila, when you're reading a book, it's an experience. Monica, when you're sketching, it's an experience. When you're trying to join the army and you're working towards it, it's an experience. When you're finishing a task that you have planned for the day and then you finish those tasks, those are experiences. When you go and travel somewhere, it's an experience. When you go travel with your friends, with your classmates, with your family, It's an experience that you enjoy. When you go, even when you're going and buying something, the actual buying of that object is the experience of that is what makes people happy. And that is why a lot of people do window shopping, because it's an experience that they enjoy. And therefore, it is said that experiences are the ones that are going to make you happy much more than having materialistic things with us. So, um, think about your day. Think about the times when you're happy. Aren't you happy when you get together with your family members in the morning and have breakfast together or drink some milk, or you get together with your friends, you meet up on the beach, you meet up in some restaurant, you meet up in college, you sit on the bench next to one another, the professor is teaching you something, and you exchange small slips and notes and start smiling and giggling. And that's what gives you that enjoyment in college. And one of the things that I can definitely tell you, if you haven't heard this already, is enjoy every single moment that you're there in college. Because all of us who have been out of college for a while, one of the things that we remember fondly is our college, our school and our college. And we say, oh, those were the days. We had so much fun. We were so innocent. We were this, we were that. We didn't have to face life the way that we are facing now. All of us really look back with a sense of longing also, sometimes saying that, oh, I wish we were in those days. And so rather than you fast forwarding to the future where you're working, where you're doing other things with your life, and then looking back and saying, oh, those were the days, I am telling you now that do enjoy your time, because all you have to do is see people coming to visit the college after alumni visiting the college, or alumni having reunions, and you will understand what I'm saying. So, what is it that makes us feel excited? What is it that makes us feel that, look, we are living a good life? We are enjoying our life. That is basically based on our curiosity. When we are inspired, when we are lively, when we are active, when we are going around doing things, when we are connected with other people, connected with other things around us. When you are sitting in a garden, when you're sitting in your college campus, when you're sitting on a bench somewhere, when you are sitting among trees and plants, when you are having a sip of coffee or tea or milk in the cafeteria, and you see all the buzz around you and all the people and your friends sharing their uh, what they did during the day, what they did the previous day, something that happened in the past, something that they're planning for, where you feel connected. You when you go out for a walk, when you go out for a trek, when you go into nature, you feel connected with nature. It calms us down so much. And that makes us feel more alive, which is why many people recommend that you take a break and go spend time by yourself or with just a few friends, spending time in nature, on a hill, in a small farm, in a large forest, wherever. Whenever you feel challenged, whenever we are challenged, when we are told you cannot do this, or come on, how about doing this? How about accomplishing this? And you accomplish that. And that is why sports invigorates us. That is why games, whether it's chess, whether it's carom board, whether it is throw ball, whether it's volleyball, whether it's cricket, whether it's tennis, we feel when we are playing a game and we want to win, we feel challenged. And that challenge is again something that makes us feel alive and we enjoy it. By the way, is there anyone here who does not play any sport at all? I hope all of you are spending some time playing something or the other. If you're not, then I would strongly recommend that you start immediately. The bare minimum would be to start with something like chess or carom board, which is an indoor game and it's something that you do without really moving too much, but preferably, and definitely at least that, preferably something that you can do outdoors, shuttle, other things that you can do outdoors, running, jogging, trekking, playing other games. The reason why I'm saying that is because one of the biggest fears of many of us, even though some people claim that I'm fearless and some people claim that I don't have to worry about anything, one of the biggest fears that many people have is the fear of failure. And that is why exams are so, they are so taxing on us. And so when you look at something like, when you play sports, one of the things that it teaches us, one of the many things that it teaches us is how to lose. When I know how to lose, when life knocks me down, I'm not going to stay down because I know that I've experienced these things where I've lost a game, I've lost some important match, something, and I felt bad. But I know that, well, I need to practice, I need to pick myself up, and I'll get another chance to play again, to try again, to do something. Therefore, you should be looking at, if you haven't done it, I would strongly recommend that you start spending at least half an hour to 1 hour of your day taking up some sport or the other to keep yourself active and to make yourself uh, ready for life's challenges. And one of the things that's going to make you really, really good at what you're doing is curiosity. One of the challenges that we have in our education system is a long time ago when you were somewhere in your middle school, just after your primary, or somebody or the other has killed off our curiosity. Remember little children, infants, babies, they are constantly exploring, and little children, they keep asking questions. Why is the sky blue? Why is the pen black? Why is the blue pen writing in black ink? Where is the ink coming from? How is the ink getting into the small refill? And how is it staying there? Why isn't it leaking? Why isn't it coming out? Why is it coming out only from one direction? All those questions and curiosity that you had, most of that has been killed off. If not anywhere, it's been killed off in China and China-like places, right? The coaching institutes that tell you that you need to qualify for an exam to get a good rank and your life it will be settled and so on. So what do? They prepare you for exams, but they stop everything else in your life. And the biggest thing that they've stopped is curiosity. But if you relook at your books not from a perspective of I need to by heart this, but from a perspective of I need to understand this. Like electrical engineering, I can produce and I can transmit electricity, but I cannot really save it and store it for too much. Store too much, it's expensive and it's not very efficient. Why is it that? And because people have started asking these questions, we've got batteries and better batteries and so on. And because people said, how else do I produce energy? We have renewable energy sources and so on and so forth. And if you're a material science person, you can look at it and say, how can I produce better materials than what I'm currently looking at? Because that's a huge field across the world. If you're an economics student, you need to look at, well, we have some of the world's richest people in the country. India is rich. Indians are poor. Why is that? As an economist, what can I do? How can I change this? You can serve your country like Yamini was talking about in terms of army and so on. You can serve your country by being a good engineer. You can serve your country by being an economist. But for all of these things to happen, the single big thing that you need to be doing is you need to be learning. And how do you make learning enjoyable? You make learning enjoyable by being curious. So curiosity is the one that you should be really looking at and saying, this is something that I want to bring up. And what kills creativity? Creativity is killed by conformity. When you're a child and they're giving you a drawing and they say draw within the circle, if you draw outside of the lines, they're going to say, no, 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 you need to draw within the lines. That's where they're asking you to conform to things. They ask us to do this way. And when we do that, yes, it looks a little better, but it means that they're not allowing me to do something outside of what I like. Rather, they're saying this is what you should be doing. And there is a very interesting study that has been found, a research study, where they found that if you look at the creativity over age, a 5-year-old child has a creativity quotient, a creativity factor of 98%. By the time the child grows to 10 years of age, it falls to 29%. By the time the child becomes 15 years, a teenager, it falls to 12.5%. And by the time we become adults, it's at 2%. See the huge drop from 5 to 21. If you're able to accomplish something, it is when you can increase this 2 or avoid the 2 and keep trying to increase your curiosity, because that's when children come up. That's why children are being used for some creative problem solving. And why do you need creativity? Because any company that you want to join, any place that you want to be, including, let's say, the armed forces, they are looking for innovation and creativity. The number one priority for companies when they're trying to hire people happens to be that they are looking for creativity and innovation. So if you are a creative person, the first thing that a company would do would be to hire you when they're comparable candidates and you're the one who has this desire to learn and desire to do things and desire to innovate. We used to we take interns still. A while back in our recruitment firm, we used to take interns, and there was one time that an intern joined, and that girl, from the day that we interviewed her, we knew that she was exceptional, because she would constantly keep asking questions and trying to figure out a different way of answering things. After about 1 or 2 weeks of working with us, I happened to mention her to a friend of mine who worked in Intel for 18 years, came back to India and started a company. Within 2 minutes of telling him about this girl, the first question that he asked is, can I hire her? That is how important learning, innovation, and creativity are. So now that we looked at creativity and life, creative life, let's look at these nine types of failure, 9 types of fear: failure, fear of rejection, fear of commitment, fear of change, fear of being alone, fear of pain. Then there is FOMO, and then fear of uncertainty and fear of death. These are the major types of fear that we typically encounter in people around. So fear of failure is pretty evident. Fear of rejection is evident. All the boys over here who like a girl, but they're afraid to go and tell the girl that they like her because they're afraid that the girl is going to say no and reject them. And well, if you don't ask, it's you're 100% guaranteed that you'll succeed in failing. And fear of rejection could be that if you go and talk to a professor and try to learn more from them, they will not talk to you. If you try to approach a company head, they will not talk to you. If you try to approach a company and ask to be hired, they will reject you. That is not the case. In many times, in many occasions, it's something that you should not really be worried about. Fear of change, when you were joining college and you're not used to it, it's different from school environment. So you were quite afraid, but you also were excited. It's a new phase in your life. And now that you've started college, you should be enjoying it. And therefore, because you're enjoying it, you must have realized by now that fear that you had, that, hey, I'm going into a new world, is not as bad as it was. And you should remember that, so that whenever you're facing a new situation, new place, new things, and the change is happening, you're not too afraid. Okay, any questions so far or can I move on? Okay, no questions. Yeah, Kirti, sorry. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. My question is about, as you have mentioned, the fear of failure.
Yeah.
So, what about the anxiety and restlessness that comes with the fear of failure? How to deal with it? Like, for example, as I'm thinking to go abroad for further studies, I get this thoughts what about the visa rejection, or what about the application for the essay, all that? How to
Yeah.
deal with that restlessness and anxiety?
Well, as I told you at the beginning of the session, the first thing that you should know is I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. So if there is something that is, deep rooted, like anxiety that you constantly have, that is something that it makes sense to just go get help from a professional. Okay. I know that you're not talking at that level, and therefore, but I just feel that everybody should be aware of it, because one of the biggest things that we have in our country is that a lot of people are unhappy in our country, but they have mental problems, but they're not going and seeking medical help because they feel that they're going to be branded as mad. And that is a totally unfair thing. You should not care about what other people think. There is something called mental illness, and it can be treated, and it can be treated through counseling or medication. Again, sorry, Kirti, I'm not referring to you. I'm just making sure that that's covered by everybody else. Now let me answer your question. So the first thing, Kirti, is, as they say, well, face your failure. You face your fear. And I think one of the many things that you can do is sit down and calmly write down on a piece of paper what are the advantages of going ahead with things even though you're afraid, and what are the disadvantages if you don't do what you need to do to achieve what you want. For example, you talked about going abroad, and so therefore there are many things that you're afraid of. What if what if my statement of purpose is not good? What if my percentage is not good? What if I make a mistake in my application form? What if I don't get admission? What if I get admission, but what happens at the visa? What if they reject my visa? What if? There are lots of what ifs, but those what ifs can be like huge burdens on you, and you will find, actually, I have something. Let me quickly stop this, and I was going to show it to you towards the last part, but I better show it now because I think it answers your question as well as many others. Okay. I think the single biggest thing that I could answer, there's a Greek philosopher, I guess, Seneca, who said this: we suffer more often in our imagination than in reality. We have greater fears in our head than what would actually happen when you go through with something. A lot of people are afraid of, let's say, dying, but one of the things that we need to realize is, well, first of all of us are going to die, and second, the difference between life and death is pretty much like a second or a few seconds. So, but let's not go to those morose or gory details. The thing that you need to remember is that we suffer more in our imagination than in our reality. Why am I? Why do I say that? What do you get from that, Kirti?
Yes, sir. It means that maybe in reality it may or may not happen. The probability is it is a chance of maybe it will happen, or maybe I can say like 50-50 or something.
Yes, but the bigger thing, Kirti, the bigger thing is that
It's all in my mind.
first of all, it's most of it is in your mind. So
Yes.
when people say I am afraid to go talk to new people, when people say I am afraid to write an exam, when people say what if I forget, when people say what if I'm rejected in my visa, they're all things in your mind to a large extent. And so what you need to really look at would be to say, look, it's in my mind. I have to accomplish this goal. I have to try it anyway. So what's the point in being afraid of it? And I'll share an example with you, my own example, so that hopefully it'll definitely answer some of your fears, but hopefully other people will understand from it and take a look at other things, right? two examples, one where I failed and one where I believe that I did not let fear overcome things. So, in Andhra University, actually in school, I was till 10th standard, cricket was not something that I really touched or followed. I would play other games, but not cricket. And somewhere in the 10th standard or immediately after 10th, I started. And for the first 2 years, I was really, really bad. But I practiced and practiced and practiced. We have a ground in front of our house, and I would end up playing every single day, except when it rained, where we would play football, but otherwise, we'd play every single day. And I started becoming better and better. And I started becoming so much better that when I joined engineering and we started playing, I and there were a couple of really good players in our team. Together, we were able to do really well, and our chemical engineering department, our batch, would actually beat out our seniors and then our juniors. And then our batch, our chemical engineering team, actually did quite well against pretty much all the other engineering branches because of many of us who played well together as a team. And and two games that I remember very well is the quarterfinals and the semifinals or something like that, where I scored. I was an opener and a wicket keeper, and I scored very well. And then came the finals, and we were supposed to play the finals. And I got scared of this fast bowler who everybody said, "Oh my God, he's really fast. Oh my God, he's really scary. Oh my God, oh my God." And so I, I was afraid and I lost my wicket, and I think I scored a duck or 1 run or something, probably a duck, and I got out within the first over. And then when I looked back, I realized that the friends that I played with were actually much faster than this bowler, and they were actually swinging the ball a lot more. But I let my fear overcome what my talent, my practice, not talent, but my game and my practice should have made me easily play the match without worrying about it. And of course, it's a game of chance. So that's the failure part where I let fear overcome things, and it hurt. It hurt her team. Of course, I think eventually we did well, but that's the negative. For the visa interview earlier, when we were going for studying abroad, one of the things that we were told to is that you need to go stand in a line to get into the embassy and go through the visa appointment, and they'll say yes or no based on asking you some questions. So what I found out at that time, and that time they did not have these visa slots and other things. So what we did find out at that time was that there were people who would go to, and the consulate was only in Madras. So we would have to go to Madras from wherever, all the southern states, and in Madras, there were people who would actually camp outside the compound wall of the embassy, the consulate, the US consulate, from midnight, because they were told that, hey, if you're not one of the first few people who get in and stand in line, you will be rejected. They'll only give a few people visas, and if you're not in the first few, you will be rejected. So you need to be there. So because they were afraid, they would they would camp outside all night. It could be cold, it could be hot, it didn't matter. They would be camping outside the compound wall at the gate, waiting for people to allow them. The consulate was, I guess, heartless at that time. They didn't have any facilities, and people had to just stand in there, whether it's rain or sunshine or whatever. That's one time where I said, you know what, I'm not going to spoil my sleep for, to camp outside in the middle of the night. So I'll just wake up a little early and try to get there instead of 8. At 8, I will get there at 6:30. I ended up getting there at 7. The line had 20, 30 people ahead of me. I was there. I went in there. They asked me a few questions and they said, okay, bye. And I came out and I realized that, oh, I got a visa. I just go back in the evening, collect my passport with the visa, and I got my visa. And I realized, not being fearful, not allowing my fear to, become really eat into me, helped me in front of the visa officer because I was not afraid. I was like, well, if they give me a visa, I will go and I will study. If they don't, I will find a job or I will do an MTech or I will do whatever. And it turns out that because I wasn't afraid and because I answered a couple of questions very easily, I was able to, I thought I was able to overcome that fear and therefore I succeeded. So it's in your head. I think you need to look at that and see this, look at it from failure and rejection and other things from what's the worst that can happen. Let's take a visa thing itself with a couple of other people because I know many people who've also been rejected. When they got rejected, they worked over here and then after a few years, they got another job and instead of studying, they went directly to work in the US and therefore they didn't have to go through student life. They just started making money and salaries and lived a life as a regular person in the US. And what about others? They found Canada, Europe, UK, rest of Europe. They found Australia and other places to go and study. And from there, they've made their living. So, just because a door closes doesn't mean that God isn't opening windows of opportunities or other doors of opportunities. So, why let your fear overcome you? Does that give you some insights, Kirti?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, if you have any other questions, let me know. Otherwise, lower your hand, please. Let me move on. So, what I was trying to tell you, when you're afraid, what if I draw badly? What if I do badly in this? What if I start my company and fail? What if I pursue this dream and I fail? That's not what you should really worry about. Because once again, I want to repeat something that I've learned a few years ago. Failure is not when you fall down. Failure is when you refuse to get up. Failure is not when you fall down. Failure is when you refuse to get up. So, whenever you take a hit, whenever something bad happens, whenever something doesn't work out, understand that life goes on. So, you need to brush off whatever things, learn from your failure, and try out a different way. Try look at alternatives and overcome your and succeed. Overcome your fears and succeed. So the biggest things that in terms of facing your fears, I think three big things. One is the fear of failure, which I've already covered. But two other things that you need to really block out of your head to have a creative life, to really enjoy your life, to have a fulfilled and happy life, is stop criticizing yourself too much. A lot of us do that. I also do that. And now I stop myself from saying, you know what, I shouldn't be saying that. Let me be more positive. I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. So I need to look at things from a more kinder perspective. So be kind to yourself. Stop criticizing yourself all the time and saying you could have done better, you can do this, you can do that, and so on. Yes, you can do better, and so use that to push yourself, but don't be negative and try to pull yourself down. The second thing that's there, perfection and perfectionism. Don't try to accomplish perfectionism in the first attempt. Do it right in the first attempt, do well, but perfection is the enemy of good. Perfection is the enemy of good. If you try to do something and you say, I will not submit it until I'm perfect, it's not going to work. For your procrastination also, one of the things that you need to stop looking at is, this needs to be perfect before I can say, yes, it's done. No, it needs to be good. Let it be good. Let it be 80% done. Let it be 60% done. Start there and then build on it. Try to make it perfect after that. If it's not and your deadline approaches, submit it, because at least you have something to submit. Otherwise, in your idea that I need to be perfect, you're not even starting. So, what I'd like all of you to do is, I'd like all of you to imagine your perfect day. Imagine your perfect day. Close your eyes. If you're not sleeping already, then if you're sleeping, wake up and close your eyes for a minute and imagine from the time that you wake up, what do you need to do to say this morning is great? What should happen to say, this is a good start to the day? What should happen after that? What should happen by noon time to say I've had a good morning session? This morning has been good, very good. This morning has been perfect. What needs to happen at noon or lunchtime to continue that perfect day? What needs to happen after lunchtime to continue that day being perfect? What needs to happen in the late afternoon, early evening? What about the evening? What about dinner time? Should you be having food? Should you be having food with somebody? Should you be doing something else? What do you need to do? And by the time you hit the bed and you say, okay, I'm going to go to sleep, what are all these things that you would have wanted to happen to have a perfect day? Now that you have done that and you open your eyes, and what you will find in terms of what you have seen so far, I would recommend that you write it down right away or do it after this session. But what you should be doing is, you will be able to understand from what you just thought of what your priorities are, what your dreams are, what your values are. Your priority may be yourself, your priority may be helping somebody, your priority may be spending time in nature, your priority may be having a good warm glass of milk. Your priority may be spending time with family. Your priority may be having a good classroom session, learning a lot, spending time with your classmates. You will understand your priorities, your values, and your dreams by doing this. And once you do that, compare that with your typical day. What is happening currently in your day? What happens in the morning? What happens in the afternoon? What happens in the evening? What happens at night before you go to sleep? Compare the two. And based on that, you can then go and say, you know, if my perfect day needed to be this, and I'm not doing that, how do I incrementally start doing those things so that my days become more and more perfect? And if you create a diary, a manifesto, a journal, a personal journal, where you collect your ideas describing your values. You want to be kind, you want to be honest, you want to be truthful, you want to be helpful, you want to be nice, you want to be polite, you want to be active, you want to be confident. Whatever your values are, ethics, values. How do you want to treat others? Forget about others, how they should be treating you. Look at how do you want to treat others. You will be able to understand who you are, what kind of a person you are, and what your dreams are. And once you have this list, you'll be able to follow that list and slowly but surely achieve those based on your priorities. What are these priorities? What is the most important thing for you? What are less important? You should be able to look at that and say, oh, this is what I am. This is what I'd like to do. This is what I'd like to follow. At this point, I want to actually share. When you get a chance, there is a very interesting video, and it was a text which was made into a video recently, or maybe a while back, but it's been floating around on WhatsApp and YouTube for a long time, where a professor walks into a classroom and when the class sits down, he takes out a jar, like let's say a pickle jar, larger size pickle jar, glass one, and he takes out golf balls. All of you must be aware of the size of golf balls, right? They're about slightly bigger than table tennis balls. You can take table tennis balls also as an example. So he takes out these. Let's take table tennis balls because that's easier for all of you to understand. So TT balls, and he puts them into the jar and asks the classroom, is the jar full? Because he fills the jar with the TT balls. The students say, yes, it is full. Then he takes out a glass of small pebbles, a container of small pebbles, and he pours the pebbles into this jar containing the TT balls. And when those small pebble stones fill up the jar, then he asks the classroom again, is it full? And the class says, yes, it is. And then he takes a bag of sand and then he starts pouring the sand into the jar. And wherever the pebbles have not, the space within the pebbles, the sand covers it. And he asks the students, is the jar full? And they say, yes, it is. And then he takes out, water and he pours it into the jar. And whatever the pebbles, the TT balls, the sand is not covering, the water seeps in there and the jar is full. And when he asks the students, they say, yes, the jar is full. So what are the lessons in here? The lessons in here is no matter what, there are things that you can do in your life that you can accommodate more and more. However, the important thing here is that if he poured water first, and then the sand, and then the pebbles, the golf balls, the TT balls would not fit. The TT balls represent the important things in our lives, like family, like friends, like health, like relationships, like our character, our values, our ethics, what kind of a person we want to be in society. Fill your life with those things first that are of high priority. What you see here, what are the most important to you. Then go to the next level, which is the pebbles, which can be the smaller things that you want to do in your life. Then go with the grains of sand, then go with the water, and your life will be much more complete. And for those of you who did not get it or could not follow it, I will, by the way, an earlier thing where I said FOMO, fear, is this fear of missing out. Please make a copy if you want to see this video that I just described to you about your priorities in life. Just copy that link for yourselves. Now, fear of missing out is what we see on social media all the time. You see people on Facebook and Instagram and other places where they're sharing your friends, everybody is sharing great things and they're saying, I went to this, I bought this, I did this, I accomplished that. And very easily, many of us can become really sad because it looks like everybody else is going ahead of you. They're having a great time, they're enjoying themselves, and you're not. But obviously, they're trying to tell you the really big things that they're trying to show off, and you're afraid that you're missing out because you're busy studying or you're busy doing something else. But you're not really missing out. Everybody has their own lifestyle, so you shouldn't worry too much about that. So, how do you, let me spend the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes trying to give you some things that you can do for creativity. And you can do them whenever you get a chance. If you have a pen and paper, please write these down. So one of the things that you need to do is based on this idea of a magic of constraints. So describe your dream classroom. What would you like to have in your dream classroom? Take that as the problem statement, as a assignment, and using that you then say, have constraints. The walls must be painted blue and the chairs must be orange. Except for that, everything else that you want to do, you can do in the classroom to make it your dream classroom. Apparently, they've done this research and they found that by having these constraints, it actually helps us in terms of protecting us from this idea or allowing us to be more creative because our brain tries to work around those constraints and helps us do better. The second creativity exercise that you can do, I have two sets. This is the first set, second one in the first set. Keep looking at the benefit of the benefit. So, or rather the 5 whys that the Japanese look at, or the fishbone diagram. What is the benefit of solar power? It reduces fossil fuel. What is the benefit of reduced fossil fuel use? It creates less carbon dioxide. What is the benefit of less carbon dioxide? It slows climate change. What is the benefit of less climate change? Something that you come up with. What is the benefit of that? When you start doing that, you are able to come up with new ideas. Sometimes you can come up with a startup idea. Sometimes you can come up with a project for your study. Sometimes you can come up with things that you can try out as a business idea, something that you can use in somewhere else in your life. Then the third thing could be that you create a title, but that title needs to be a headline, a title. Needs to be in 7 words. So create a headline that triggers reader curiosity. Example, seeking a job, cat lover. So the person reading that should be looking at it and saying, Okay. So this person is looking for a job. Is he or she saying that he or she is a cat lover, or he wants, she wants to have a job looking after cats, or what is it that they're trying to say? And so people want to read more about what is involved. Lockers available, shots not allowed. Oh, are these bank lockers? Are these lockers in a bus station, railway station? Are these lockers in a gymnasium? And what do they mean by shots not allowed? So is this only for adults, or is this formal clothing only, and so on? The next set of creativity exercises are where you take every day or every week at least, schedule one block of time where you say, I'm going to spend this time doing something creative. Either you can design something, you can doodle something, you can sculpt something, you can create music, you can play music, you can make crafts, whatever it is that um, you can sketch, um, you can chisel, anything that you feel that it's is a creative activity, do that. The second type of exercise would be where you set a creativity timer. For I have only 5 minutes. In this 5 minutes, I need to come up with lyrics for a song. I need to complete a painting. I need to design a logo. I need to create a design for a chair. I need to draw something. So, or 5 or 10 minutes. But give yourself a time limit and push your brain to come up with things that will complete a particular activity and exercise. Then you could also look at improving your creativity by looking at quantity over quality. And this is where I told you perfection is the enemy of good. So you can try this 30 circles exercise. This 30 circles are available on the internet. You can easily find them. You need to do something creative with every single circle that you see in there. So, here is somebody who came up with a picture of a cat, a picture of a rabbit, a picture of a bicycle, a picture of spectacles, all kinds of things. So 30 circles, do something, some design that is going to help you come up with something new for every circle. Or another exercise, 9 new ideas every day. Become an idea machine and say 9 new ideas every day. You can pick up different topics so that it doesn't get too boring. New movie ideas, new techniques for clean water. How do I desalinate the seawater? Vizag is a lot of seawater, but we have water problems all the time. How do I solve that? New energy generation methods, and so on. Another one would be design the same thing every day, but because the same thing is going to be too boring, you need to make your design more interesting. A different design every day to make the design more interesting. This is probably another thing very easy to do. Go to a new place, go to a different place, just step out of wherever you are and look at the scenery, look at what's around you, look at the birds, look at the trees, look at the walls, look at the paintings, look at the ground, look at things around you, see what you can find differently, what you don't see normally, what you don't observe. One of the things that they tell us to do when you want to keep your brain sharp is never go to work or college in the same route every day. Try to take a different route once in a while. If you can take a different route every single day, then take a different route every single day. And that will keep your brain more active. This is not so much that, this is about pushing yourself to be more creative. And the last one, I believe, is look at familiar things in a new way. How do I take a pen or a paper clip or a keychain or something and say, alternatively, how can I use it? What else can I do to use this in a different way? Look at things which are there on your desk, which are there around you, and every day try to take one of them and try to see if you can imagine them using them in a different way. Oh, sorry, I have two more. Go to a bookstore or library, go to a section that is not your field, and pick up a book or one or two books and browse through them and see if you can find something interesting. And then, the last one, use round shapes only to design something. Use only two colors to come up with a design. Use only straight lines to do a design. Use only, circular lines to do this, and so on. Anything that comes to mind, write it down. Spend time writing something down for 10 minutes every day. As I've told Kirti and the rest of you earlier, we suffer more in an imagination than in reality. Don't run away from your reality, face your fears, and you're going to find that you can live a very, very creative life. These are some of the things that I used as sources for picking up this pictures and presentations. I have come to the end of my session. I will answer your questions or clear any doubts, or if you have any comments, I'm happy to listen to them. Anyone?
Sir, there are no questions from my side. I just want to thank you for this interactive and amazing session, sir.
Thank you so much, Akila.
Yes, sir. Right from the start, I really enjoyed interacting with you. And first of all, when you switched on the camera, I looked at that backside books and all that book rack. Uh, I think that was graphics, but I really got hooked to that. Then I understood maybe sir is also a reader. Are you interested in books, sir?
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm huge into that. Can you just give me 1 minute, please? 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Akila, I do, but I have a confession. So one of the things that I'm doing now is I'm addicted to my screen, my laptop and computer. So I'm spending a lot of time there. Therefore, my reading is not so much. It's not happening with books. It's happening more with reading of articles, which are to a large extent news articles and opinion items, and of course, science, technology, startups, businesses, and things related to that. So I would say reading, yes, but reading books currently, no, which is very unfortunate because I've spent many, at least 2 decades in my life so far collecting a lot of books, buying them from libraries when they were having them on sale with the intent of reading them when I retire. And I realize now that I will never retire. And so those books now, because of Kindle and other things, I have electronic formats, but I still prefer to look at books and read. And yes, if I'm given an option to have a background, I will have a background with books behind me because I really enjoy that. However, I'm now, because I'm doing what a couple of you said earlier, like Monica, for example, I don't have time. Uh, I realized that I'm saying I don't have time, but I'm wasting a lot of time instead of reading. So I decided I'm going to do something which I prefer not to do if possible, which was I started with audiobooks, and those audiobooks I listen to whenever I get a chance. I started a little bit of uh, gardening. It's not really too many, about 10 or 15 plants, but I've started that. So when I go water the plants or do something there, I listen to the books, and I've been able to accomplish quite a bit there. But you know, yeah, in short, I do love reading, but right now I have to admit, to be honest, I'm not reading books as much as I'd like to.
Thank you, sir. That was really amazing to hear. Sir, I just want to ask one more thing. Like, I have read that there will be book clubs and all people will be gathering and they'll be discussing about those books. Are
Yes,
there any such clubs in Vizag, sir?
absolutely, absolutely. I can connect you. There are, first of all, where are you in Vizag, Akila?
Nearby Anyadi Junction, sir.
Oh, okay. Um, I know of two things. There is one thing in Lawson's Bay Colony. Where there's a bookstore. I think it's called Just Books, and they have some sort of reading club and things like that, or pick a book maybe. I'll send you the details. What I'd like you to do, what I'll do is, let me show this anyways, since I'm taking other questions also. If you make a note of my email ID, or you can get my number from the organizers and send a WhatsApp message. I will try to answer I will give you the connections. One of them is, like I said, this bookstore that encourages book enthusiasts. There are a couple of them. One is actually in CBI down, Three-Town Police Station, and the other one is in Lawson's Way Colony, opposite this petrol bunk. And then there is one, every Thursday there is a book reading club that I know a lady called Radhika runs it out of her house. I can connect you with them. I think sometimes they've been doing things in person before, but because of COVID, they're also doing things online. So you can try and see if they are online or not. And
Yes, sir. Thank you.
uh,
I'll just go to your mail ID and I'll definitely ping you, sir. I'll just get your number from out there, sir.
actually, I've shared the number with all of you.
Yes, sir.
You can just make a note of that number. My name is Srinivas Savaram. But when you contact me, let me know your name and remind me where
Yes,
I
sir.
met you, so that I can. If you respond to me right today, I will remember you, Akila. So not a problem. But this is for everybody else. In case you need to reach me, this is one that you could look at. Uh, Kitty is also interested. Maybe you should just form a book club in the university itself, instead of having to do something outside. Anyway, it's a good start to work with somebody who's already doing that and then try to move forward beyond that. How many of you are interested in public speaking or improving your public speaking?
Sir, actually, I'm trying, sir. Right now, there is something called Inscribers Club in Vizag, sir. It's started by some students, 3 students. So it provides a stage for any people, anyone can go and talk there. They can recite their poetry or storytelling. They can do stand up as well, sir.
Okay.
So I'm part of that. I'm part of that since 2 years, but recently I'm taking even hosting as well. Due to
Very good.
COVID, we are conducting some online events, but mostly we'll be offline, sir.
Okay. Very good. So there are these two public speaking clubs that are there in Vizag, Visaka Orators and Voltaire Toastmasters.
Okay.
There are people from outside of Vizag who are joining. If you can connect with me again, email or and if you need to know of a club in your area in public speaking, I can connect you with. I can look and find and connect you with somebody there. You should involve yourself in public speaking because that's something that will improve your confidence, improve your leadership skills, improve your teamwork, and improve your vocabulary, improve your communication in general, and help you make new friends. So, um, the going out that you mentioned, Akila, I don't know how you're saying a fear of going out when you're already doing so many things. But anyway, okay. So, any other questions? Any other comments? I was supposed to answer a question. Somebody was supposed to remind me with a question. Will that somebody wake up and remind me of the question? Pujita, are you there? Pujita Gorle?
Yes, sir.
Aren't you supposed to remind me of something, Pujita?
Yes, sir. As she's talking, so
She finished, Pujita. Now it's your turn.
okay, sir.
What are you supposed to remind me of?
Suggest a career building option.
Yeah. So, what would you like to do in your careers? Some of you had mentioned a few things like going outside the country, doing MTech, maybe doing business and other things. But one or I will say here are two or three things that I would suggest you do. I haven't had a chance to think about. Well, I would rather give you suggestions at an individual level because I do career counseling from time to time when people approach me, and I suggest these are things that you can do. Uh, don't worry, I won't charge you. That's something that we do as a service, but paid service, but I won't charge you. I don't mind talking to all of you who are interested in finding out more. But in general, I feel that you need to look at 4 or 5 things that you need to do to build a strong career. Okay. The first thing that you need to do to build a strong career is to have a desire to learn. Basically, develop your curiosity and have a desire to learn. You should be wanting to learn definitely your subject area. And if your subject area is not something that you're interested in, you realized you joined a degree program. There are many of my friends, including myself, where we joined chemical engineering and instead of continuing chemical engineering, I switched to computer science because I realized computers chemical engineering was interesting for me, but computers was even more interesting. Another friend switched to income tax. Another friend switched to did MBA and is in marketing in HPCL. Another classmate is a partner in Deloitte, one of the big four consulting companies in India and definitely across the world. There's somebody who's decided he'll be a maths teacher. That's his passion and that's what he teaches. So what you should really be looking at would be that have this curiosity to learn, and if you find that your current subject, your field or current subject is not of interest, try to finish that off because you need a degree, but at the same time pursue your passion in the subject that or the field that you are really interested in. The second thing would be that you need to improve your communication and presentation skills because you will need that wherever you go. And therefore, concentrate on that. Start reading newspapers. English is important, even though mother tongue is even more important, but English is equally important now because unfortunately we don't have too many careers in Telugu or Urdu or Marathi or Bengali or whatever. So therefore, you need to look at English. So improve your communication, improve your public speaking skills. The third one, networking is very important. You need to build a strong network. You shouldn't be talking only to people in your particular branch or your particular field of study. If you're studying economics, you should be talking to commerce graduates. You should be talking to physics students. You should be talking to engineering students and so on. If you start learning, if you're into English, MA English, BA English, whatever, you should not be limiting yourself to English. You should be talking to people in politics. You should be talking to people in other fields. So basically, you need to have a network from various other fields, and that's going to be really useful for you. And one way of building your network would be to basically go into LinkedIn and try to, I hope all of you have a LinkedIn account. If you don't, then I would suggest that you go create an account on LinkedIn and develop a profile and keep updating that profile and then connect with people so that you are able to have that network virtually also, so that, for example, Kirti, when you said you want people, there are other people like you who want to go outside the country, you will be able to connect with people who are either studying in the university that you want to attend or the state where your university exists or the particular city itself. And through those connections, through that university professor or student or somebody, you will then be able to find out what the admission process is like and therefore come up with a much better way of doing your application forms. You can, if you're looking for a job, you can find sources where you would find people with that working in that company, connect with them, find out from them opportunities, ask them to refer your resume, and therefore be able to build your career by getting the job opportunity in your dream company that way. Then I did 4, right? So yeah, the other thing that I would suggest is build your opportunities in terms of do things outside of your studies. Play sports, do something creative. Monica, sketching, drawing, painting, reading, writing, cooking, gardening. I'm not talking 2-minute Maggi noodles. I'm talking much more than that when I say cooking. Yeah, do something creative, stamp collection, and or play. Make sure that you're playing and don't limit yourself to cricket, especially the guys. Try to do something else because I mean it's too boring to watch so many hours being spent only on cricket, right? So after that, then what I would suggest is along with these extracurricular other things that you can do whenever there's an event or a festival, especially if you're looking at any university or any program which looks at you as a whole person instead of only your education and your marks. And even a company, a small company like ours, we don't want to look at people only from, can you do this work? We want to see what else they are capable or like to enjoy doing, because that's when we know we can connect and work better with them. So that is I guess the sixth one that you would do, the sixth or fifth. The last one that I would suggest, you learn a different language. One of the things that I have been using, and I could suggest that, although there are other apps that also help you, there is this app called Duolingo for Android and I'm sure iPhones, which helps you learn languages. You can learn Tamil, Kannada, Marathi, Telugu, Hindi, Urdu, whatever, or you can learn French, German, English also, Spanish. There are many languages that are available on this app. You can it's easy to use, and just picking up just spending 10 minutes on this app instead of as the app itself says, instead of social media, will help you strengthen your resume, as well help you learn more about different cultures, and therefore help you live a much more creative and better life. I think that's about it. So Pujita, I answered your question, I think.
Thank you for your detailed explanation.
You're welcome. You didn't sound very happy or enthusiastic when you said that, Pujita. Okay, anyone else? Wow, I thought I'll actually finish 20 minutes or half an hour early, but it looks like I only have 8 minutes left. So, any questions? I'm sure all of you are hungry. If you tell me no questions, we can conclude. I'll give you 10 seconds. Nine and a half, 9 3/4, 9 and 10, 9/10. Okay, 10. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you to Andhra University, especially the Electrical Engineering Department and Dr. Padma for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, let me
Thank you for your feedback.
A vote of thanks, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your session, and I am really thankful for your interactive session, sir. Your session have become one of the pillars for this STTP program, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Big words, very big words. Okay.
I have seen all sessions, sir, but you have done it in a different way, sir.
Thank you. That's
Thank
very
you, sir.
nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, we are having our exam session from 3 to 5.